If you guys don't mind taking a seat, we're going to try to get started here. Thanks for your patience. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, Vice Chair of the Commission, and today is January 30th, 2025. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call? I am here.
Present.
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 Can't hear.
Yep, I think he said here.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Present though.
Okay, I'd like to remind everyone, if you have not done so already, please put your phones on silent and let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, you guys may be seated. I'd like to apologize in advance that I have this lingering cough, believe it or not, from November that I have been carrying around. I am not sick, and I promise that I'm not a festering vial of plague that is going to get you all sick as well. And I'll do my best to turn off my microphone if I do have to cough. So welcome for those of you who are here. Thanks for making the trip up. It's a beautiful morning in Central Florida. The Commission begins its meetings with the introduction of those in attendance. Mr. Bowman, would you please proceed with the introduction of our visitors?
Hi, my name is Tom Songer. I'm with Cole Middleton, and here. Very quickly.
Ann Bouchard with Cole Middleton and representing Palm Beach Academy of Health and Beauty.
Good morning, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group Education Consulting.
Good morning, Dr. Jose Otero from Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Francisco Silva, Embry University, Orlando.
Good morning, Alfredo Freitas, Embry University, Orlando.
Good morning, I'm Massimo Gallardo, MIB University President.
Good morning, Laura Ricci, consultant for MIB International University.
Good morning, Alice Zanotel, Campus Director, Miami International Business University.
Good morning, Rose Carpenter with the Academy for Five Elements Acupuncture, and I do compliance.
Rebecca Johnson, Executive Director, Academy for Five Element Acupuncture.
Sam Yasby, American University of Antigua, College of Medicine.
Good morning, Sal Ismail, University of Mid-Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Jerry Pikett, President, University of Mid-Florida.
Good morning, Kelly Krinkle, Florida National University, Vice President of Academic Affairs.
Good morning, Jonas Perez, Southeastern College.
Julia Coronas, Executive Director, Southeastern College, and FAPS Board Member.
Suzanne Barron, Southeastern College, West Palm Beach, Boynton Beach.
Dr. Edwin Delgado, Chief Academic Officer, Southeastern Colleges.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sean Humphrey, Campus President at Miami Lakes Southeastern College.
Good morning, Deborah Jones with Acesso Institute.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dean Bartness with Jones Technical Institute, Director of Academic Affairs.
Good morning. I'm Lori Stowers, Vice President of Jones Technical Institute.
Good morning, Natay Sushariba, Kepler Space University now, VP of Administration.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nikki Good with Fortis. Not on today's agenda, but here to listen, learn, and steal every good idea you have.
Egan Hansen, Chief of Compliance, Schiller International University.
Good morning, Nadine Bailey, Ultimate Medical Academy and FAPS Board Member.
Good morning, Suhaili Martinez from Schiller International University.
Good morning, Daniela Cabanilla, CEO of Miami Business Technological University.
Good morning, James McGrath, President and Dean of Cooley Law School.
Good morning, Dr. George Legato, CompuMed Vocational Careers.
Good morning, Joanna Lane, CompuMed Vocational Careers.
Good morning, Maria Amador, Aquinas Network.
Hi, everyone. Angeli Gonzalez, Aquinas Network.
Good morning, Cyrano Ruiz, Da Vinci Global University.
Good morning, Terry Workman, Vice President, St. George's University.
Good morning, Jeff Davidson, Sailor Academy.
Good morning, David Schulman, Sailor Academy.
Good morning to all. Sherman Roberts, President, Blackwell Global University.
Good morning. I'm Robert Afang from Blackwell Global University.
Good morning. My name is Julie Orloff, Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology, Vice President of Regulatory and Compliance, and an ABHAS Commissioner.
Good morning. My name is Dominique Werner with Cambridge College of Healthcare and Technology, and I'm the Vice President of Learning Operations.
Hi, Deborah Wenninger, President of the FAPS Foundation and happily retired.
Good morning. Graham Slater, representing the Global Institute of Sport Americas Limited.
Hi, good morning. Catherine Garrido, Global Institute of Sport Americas.
Good morning. Domingo Alvarez with Alvarez Mendoza Labounty and board member of the FAPS Foundation. Quick announcement, we have our annual pickleball tournament coming up February 22nd in Fort Lauderdale. I put some information out there. Hope you see you guys there.
Hi, good morning, everybody. CEO Monica Llerena, CEO of CBD Technology Institute and board member of the FAPS Foundation.
Good morning, Perlita Walters Gillum, President and Principal Consultant of NDB Consulting.
Good morning, Don Slater, Pulse Radiology, Campus President. Thank you very much.
Dr. Eduardo Rivas, Allen South Lake University. Welcome to our home, Lake County. I am Provost and Executive Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs.
Good morning, Alvaro Sanchez, Allen South Lake University.
Good morning, Everly Hernado, Allen South Lake University.
Good morning, Lisa Hilton, International College of Health Sciences.
Good morning, Dr. Suzanne Morrison-Williams, Chief Academic Officer, Library and Information Resources Network.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Anderson from Learn, Library and Information Resources Network.
Hi, good morning. Bruce Smith, ECPI University, Campus President.
Good morning, Dr. Andrew Thompson and Sheena Cousin-Thompson, Excelsior Ultrasound Institute of Orlando, Florida.
Good morning, Lisa Sincere, Capella University.
Blessings, Marisol Santana from Lifeline Institute, Ocala.
Good morning, God bless. Santo Santana, Lifeline Institute, Ocala.
Good morning, Carmelo Torres, Vice President for Financial Affairs at Ana G. Mendez University.
Good morning, everyone. Yvette Bosolo Perez, Associate Director of Compliance with Ana G. Mendez University.
Good morning, Juan Rivera, Associate Dean of Business, Ana G. Mendez University.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Gloribet Perez, Dean of Academic Affairs, Ana G. Mendez University.
Good morning, Dr. Luis Delgado, Executive Director, Ana G. Mendez University.
Morning, everyone. Lisa Telfer, Florida Academy of Nursing.
Good morning, Kayla Wright, Chief of Staff for Florida Academy of Nursing.
Todd Nolan, Assistant Dean of Education at LECOM.
Good morning, Matthew Bateman at LECOM.
Good morning, Jake McGibbon, Vincennes University, St. Augustine.
Good morning, Imran Ali, Miami Media School.
Matthew Hubbs, Westcliff University.
Ernie Condra, Performance Advisor Consulting.
Nelda Webb, Nursing School Consultant.
Good morning. I'm Jay Stubblefield from Lincoln Memorial University.
Good
Good morning. Chris Giorgetti from Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Educational Consultants, and Sam Ferguson sends his best. He couldn't be here today. Here today representing Pulse Radiology Institute, Lincoln Memorial University, Schiller International University, Westcliff University.
Good morning, everyone. Fernando Martinez from International Bridge University.
Good morning, Franz Lamar, Blue Soleil Nursing Training School.
Good morning, Katie Lermitus for Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School.
Good morning, Dr. Oleg Zabelin from Key West University, Jacksonville. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Leiby Adames Boone, Vice President of Academic Affairs, Nuke University, Florida Technical College, and the Dave School.
Good morning, Karen Lewis, Director of Nursing for Gladstone College of Nursing.
Good morning, Dr. Anthony Obaze, Gladstone College of Nursing.
Good morning, Flora Obaze.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris. I'm with the law firm of Messer Caparello in Tallahassee, Florida. With me today is Cameron Karstens, who's going to replace me when I get much older. Today we're representing Amber University, Anna G. Mendez University, Ross University School of Medicine, Florida Technical College, and Hubbard College of Administration. Welcome to everyone. Good morning. I'm Dr. Geraldine Perry, representing Hubbard College of Administration of Tampa Bay, serving as the college president.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah Nagengast. I'm also with the Hubbard College of Tampa Bay.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Nagengast, Board Chair, Hubbard College of Administration of Tampa Bay.
Hello and good morning. My name is Jonathan LeBou. I am the Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs at the Hubbard College of Administration of Tampa Bay.
Thank you all for coming. As the old adage says, 80% of communication is nonverbal, and it means a lot to be able to see you guys face to face. I find the virtual meetings to be particularly challenging to really understand things, and it means a lot that you guys drove into Central Florida. Next on the agenda is approval of the minutes. We'll consider minutes from the meetings held November 21st and 22nd of 2024 today. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All right, is there any discussion? Anyone have questions about those? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to approve those minutes is adopted. Director Hurst, do you have an executive director's report for us?
I do. So welcome, everyone. The first item will be our student protection fee funds. We have a current balance of $4,308,401.40, and we issued no citations. So we do have some exciting news. You may see some additional faces up here at the commission table, and I just want to take a brief moment to introduce our two new commissioners. Our first commissioner is on the screen. You can't see his face, but I can see him. His name is Commissioner Batista. He is the Vice President of Workforce, Career, and Professional Education at Valencia College. He currently serves as a member of the Career Source Central Florida Board of Directors. Commissioner Batista earned his bachelor's degree in accounting and his master's degree in finance from St. Joseph's University. So we are thrilled to have him join the commission. You will see him in person one day. Right now he had a pre-existing conflict, but he is joining us virtually. So thank you for joining us, Commissioner Batista.
Thank you very much.
And then our second commissioner is Commissioner Caballero, and he is over here to my left. Mr. Caballero is the Vice President of the South Florida Institute of Technology. If that sounds familiar, that is one of our licensed non-degree schools. Previously, he was a partner at Caballero, Fierman, Lorena, and Garcia LLP, and a financial accounting instructor at Miami-Dade College. Commissioner Caballero earned his bachelor's degree in accounting from Florida International University. So we are thrilled to have you on our commission as well.
Thank you, Executive Director Hurst. Just looking forward to working with everyone.
And that concludes my Executive Director report.
All right. Ms. Counselor, do you have a legal counsel report for us?
Chair Williams, at this time I do not, but with your permission, I would like to take this time to introduce the next section on our agenda. Thank you. Commissioners, you are all about to preside over two quasi-judicial proceedings, commonly and informally called informal hearings. An informal hearing is a special type of appeal, or more properly, administrative review, which an institution may avail itself of when it is placed on notice that some adverse action by this agency is forthcoming. An institution may avail itself of this form of administrative review when the institution does not dispute any of the material facts which are the alleged basis of the adverse action. The two institutions appearing before you this morning, or who will appear in a moment, have both previously had applications for initial annual licensure brought before this board. In both instances, this body issued a notice of intent to deny those applications. Both of these institutions have filed petitions for these informal hearings and have agreed that there are no material facts that were the basis of those notices of intent to deny, which are in dispute. What a petition for informal hearing does is it initiates a process where the institution has a final opportunity to correct the deficiencies which were identified in the notices of intent at issue, and to plead before this commission whatever other mitigating circumstances they believe warrant the commission granting their applications. I do want to be clear at the outset what my function will be during these hearings, namely to act as neutral counsel to this agency. The law rightly will not allow me to act as both an administrative prosecutor as well as counsel to this board. That would create an obvious conflict. So accordingly, because the two hearings which will follow will not, in my estimation, involve any particularly complicated or abstruse legal questions, the recommendations of the executive director, which are before you, will be prosecuted by Executive Director Hurst herself. Let's see. I do want to conclude with my first word of counsel for these hearings, namely concerning the laws of evidence. For each of these institutions, and according to Rule 6E 20022, you must vote to grant the applications for licensure if you find that the institution has demonstrated full compliance with all licensure standards and that all appropriate fees have been paid. On the other hand, if after you have heard and considered all evidence and testimony, you conclude that Executive Director Hurst has proved by clear and convincing evidence that the institution has not demonstrated full compliance with all licensure standards, then you should vote to issue a final order denying the pending applications. And just to review, clear and convincing evidence is a legal term of art which refers to evidence that is, and I'm going to be quoting a court opinion here, precise, explicit, lacking in confusion, and of such weight that it produces a firm belief or conviction about the matter in issue. So that's higher than probable cause or preponderance of evidence, not quite as high as beyond a reasonable doubt. If any of you commissioners have any...
If you are, let's see, let me make sure I get this right because of this is out of traditional itinerary for us. Our first informal hearing regards Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School number 9115. If you're representing the institution, would you please introduce yourself, come to the podium, give your name, and let us know what your role or title is with the institution. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Katie Lermitus. I am the director for Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School.
Thank you for coming up here and being here today. It would appear that I need to swear this young lady in. Okay. Would you please hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The witness must vocalize this, obviously, so we can all hear it. and you have officially been sworn in. So commissioners, you each have before you a Blue Soleil petition and the pertinent record of its application for licensure, including documentation submitted by Blue Soleil and commission staff as exhibits for our consideration. We've had the opportunity to review these petitions and these exhibits. It appears, Madam, that you had no material findings of disputes with the facts that were originally presented, reflected from November 1st in 2024.
No, I did not.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I did not.
Okay. But you are requesting that the commission reconsider its intent to deny that application for annual licensure. Director Hurst, it appears the institution has, over the last few months, submitted some additional documentation with its application for licensure. Can you help us understand where we stand relative to the final order denying that application?
Yes, so welcome. So commission staff is recommending that the commission find that the institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license pursuant to section 1005.318 Florida statutes and rule 60-2.002 to a Florida Administrative Code, and that the institution also fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to section 1005.315 and rule 60-2.0021 based upon the following. Number one, failure to submit a financial statement for the most recently ended fiscal year that demonstrates compliance with Rule 60-2.0046B. The institution submitted a financial statement for the year ended December 31st, 2023 for Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, LLC, which is not the owner of record of the institution. The licensee is Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC. Number two, failure to submit a completed Form 604, selected financial data to accompany the financial statement for the most recently ended fiscal year in compliance with Rule 60-2.0046D. The institution submitted a form prepared for Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, LLC, which is not the owner of record of the institution. Number three, failure to submit payment to the Student Protection Fund in accordance with Rule 60-4.0054E. No payment to the Student Protection Fund has been received from the institution for its February 15th, 2024 application for annual license. And lastly, number four, failure to submit updated student data on CIE Form 801, Annual Student Data Collection for Licensed Institutions, as required in Rule 60-2.00410I. The institution has not submitted Form 801, Annual Student Data Collection for Licensed Institutions, for the 2023-2024 reporting period.
All right. Madam, do you have any response to the director's notes there, or anything to add, or anything you'd like to provide for us in consideration?
Yes, in regard to the first one, failure to submit the financial statement. So a financial statement was submitted for the school for 2021. So when we submitted the application for the renewal, we want to also mention that we are a new institution. We have not done to that process before. This is the first time that we actually renewing our license. So there was a lot of unknown. So the financial statement that was included in the form that was submitted to the commissioner were actually for 2021. We were not notified that it was supposed to be for 2023. So by January 2nd, by the time we were noticed of the failure to comply with that section, we submitted the financial statement for 2023. So that has been done. The reason why it was not done like that is because, again, we didn't have enough guidance to let us know exactly what to do when submitted that new application for the license for this year.
If you don't mind, I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
The number one that you're addressing there isn't a timing issue. It's that you submitted financial statements for an entirely different entity that is not the entity of ownership for record.
No, the company that they're referring to, the nursing agency, it's also my company, but this company has not been operational. So we're not conducting business as of now. But this is the parent company, which is also mine. So the company in question is the Nursing Assistant Training School. So I would have never submitted a financial statement for the agency, which is not even conducting any business right now.
But that is the licensee of record, regardless of whether you have created revenue or not. That is the licensed entity.
Right, but at the same time, the school, this is what they were asking me for. They were asking me for the financial statement for the school. So the agency was never in question. And that was never communicated to me that I was supposed to submit something under the agency name, because we're not doing business under the agency. Everything that's going to the Board of Education is pertaining to the school.
When you applied for this license originally, was it under Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC?
Originally, but the provisional
So
license
you were
that we
aware
have,
that that was the licensee of record?
right.
Why
The
would
provisional
that require
license,
someone to inform you of that? You were the one that submitted it via that entity originally, right?
the provisional license that we have state Nursing Assistant Training School, Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School. We never have anything from Nursing Assistant Nursing Agency. So if you look at our current provisional license, it doesn't mention anything about Blue Soleil Nursing Agency. It's always been Nursing Assistant Training School.
Are these is one of these a subsidiary of the other?
I'm sorry?
Is one of these entities a subsidiary of the other? Is one
Yes.
owned by the other? Which one?
The agency owns the school, but they're both mine. They're both my companies.
So you're saying that Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, LLC, is owned by Blue Soleil Nursing Agency,
Yes.
LLC? Right. Is there any other ownership within Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, LLC, other than, or is it wholly owned by that?
Only that.
Right. So the financials, therefore, would roll to the parent entity when you do your taxes, and that's why the finances need to be at the parent company level, because that's what it was originally licensed under.
I would have never thought to submit a financial statement for the agency. Again,
Why not?
because the agency is not in question. What was in
It
question
is the
was
licensed
school.
entity.
Meaning what? What do you mean by this is a licensed entity? Because the provisional license that was issued to the Nursing Assistant Training School. So I'm not really understanding why everything had to be done under the agency, which is not the operating company at this time.
So when you applied to become an institution, trying to get your first provisional license, the
Right.
financials that you provided to the Commission for Independent Education were for Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC.
Yes, because
So-
at this time, the school was not even operating at that time. We had nothing.
But that is what you were presenting to the commission as the business. So that is the business that we have on record, that this institution is under the Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC, and that you're doing business as the training school, not the
Exactly.
training school LLC. Those are two different Sunbiz accounts. So when I'm looking at your Sunbiz, you have two different corporations.
Yes.
A Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC, and you have a Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, LLC.
Right.
The owner of record for the CIE is Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC. So when we're asking for the financial records, we have to have financial records from Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC, unless you're having a change in corporation, change of ownership situation.
No, they're both my companies, so I didn't think about submitting one for the agency. I thought that what you guys were requesting was the annual statement for the school.
Well, that is the case. That is the licensed entity that you originally submitted. And regardless of whether you had revenue or not, financial statements are financial statements.
So that revenue that was presented was done exclusively by the school.
Do we have any record of Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, LLC, as being part of the licensure process? Or is this
You
a
should
new
have.
entity that was not part of the original application?
It does not appear that we do. It appears that everything refers back to when we're looking at our catalog, when we're looking at our operational agreement, they're all pointing back to the Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC.
The catalog, you're referring to the catalog for the school?
Correct. And I don't mean the name, because I mean, you're very close when you're talking about the name of Blue Soleil Nursing Training School,
Right.
talking about the actual LLC.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the actual incorporation,
Okay.
not the doing business as fictitious name that you may have registered under.
Right.
Yeah. So if you are doing business out of Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, LLC, as an entity, then that would have represented a substantive change of ownership from the original licensed entity. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, and I would have appreciated if that was communicated to me.
Well, you're the one that set up the entities, madam. I mean,
Yes.
you submitted those
But-
entities and said, here's what owns it is the licensed body.
Yes, because when we submitted the original application in 2021, like I said, the school was not even approved yet, so there was no
That's true
school.
for everybody.
Right.
When everybody submits an application, they're not operational.
But everything was done on the Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School, so I'm not sure how the
So
agency.
you've been operating under an entity that wasn't the licensed entity, which is why we didn't get financials from the licensed entity. So this is just one of the four. Let's perhaps, do you have discussion about numbers 2, 3, or 4 on the list?
The form was submitted, Form 604 was submitted. Number 3, also the payment was also sent. Actually, we sent the processing fee of $2,050, and then later on, we submitted the student funds fee. Number 4, we also submitted Form 801.
But was it the training school LLC or was it the nursing agency? Okay. Director, do your staff have updates that supersede what we have for staff recommendations on numbers 2, 3, and 4?
We do not. While we were provided a copy of the check from, it looks like a money order from Western Union from Blue Soleil, it doesn't have training school, it doesn't include any of the incorporations on it. We didn't actually receive that check. So we are not in receipt of the check. And then for the student data, that is number.
I'm sorry, before
yes,
you
ma'am.
move on, it was confirmed that it was received by the.
From our comptroller's office?
Right.
Okay. So, one second. While he's looking up something for me from the comptroller's office, we'll go to number 4, which is our failure to submit the updated student data on CIE Form 801. The institution has not reported for the 2023-2024. So the records that I have in front of me show that, because I can see your submittals. Give me just a moment.
We were not asked to submit for 2023, 2024. We were asked to submit everything for 2023.
And to hold an annual license, you have to be in full compliance with standards. So each year, you're required to submit 801 form data. So I do have your ending year of 2023, but we still do not have 23-24, which would mean that it is a failure to comply with all standards.
Well, that was not communicated to me, that I was supposed to send 2023, 2024. We've been working with the specialists on that, asking them what else was needed, what I needed to submit. And from what I was told, I was supposed to send for that particular hearing and for the issue at hand for 2023. So we have not even approached 2024 as of yet.
Yeah, the standards and the requirements for middles are on the CIE website and made available to everyone. The staff member who is acting as a facilitator is to collect that data, not to necessarily inform you. All of that is made available via the website, via the standards to say, here's what is needed every year. So they're not that person's responsibility to guide you. It's your responsibility as the licensee to understand what needs to be submitted
I
and submitted.
understand that, and I've been doing my due diligence to understand how the process go. And it's been a lot to absorb for a new institution. I'm pretty much like doing it on my own. So I didn't have a consultant, unfortunately. So there's a lot that I will admit that I didn't know. But at the same time, if only I have a chance to submit those requirement papers, I will do that. And I will be in compliance. Yes.
Can you turn your microphone on, Commissioner?
Do you have students currently enrolled in the program?
If I have students currently enrolled,
For this year, do you currently have students enrolled in the program?
yes, we do. We're actually having our first testing at the school, and we have 8 students that are planning to be tested on that day. And later on in February, we're going to have another 7 students that's going to be testing for their CNA exam. So we just became a site for Prometric.
Thank you.
If I may make just a clarifying comment for the commission, just to make sure we're all on the same page to understand part of the ambiguity that is currently at play. If we look at the corporations that have been founded, there is Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC, registered in 2019. There is a separate corporation that was registered, filed, Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School in 2020. And then there was a registration for a fictitious name for the agency, that is the first corporation, that was filed in 2021, and the name of the fictitious agency is identical to the second corporation. So what we end up with is the agency entity, which was incorporated first, has a fictitious name that's identical to the second corporation. And we're hearing that the agency is the owning parent entity of the second agency,
The training school.
the training school. Presumably, you're referring to the corporation.
Right.
But the information that we've been receiving is at the level of the agency, not the training school.
No, it's what I've been sending has been for the school, for the training school. Everything that I've sent, I've been under nursing assistant training school.
LLC,
Yes.
right, which is not the licensed entity. Do you understand? I want to make sure you understand what we're saying is that the entity that you originally submitted and had licensed, we have not received information for. It's another entity that we don't have record of.
Okay, so as of now, the provisional license was issued to who? What name is showing on your side?
Provisional license was issued to Blue Soleil Nursing Agency, LLC is the corporate name, doing business as Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School.
Okay.
Commissioners, do you have any questions or discussion about this?
I have a question for council. Just when you opened up here, you mentioned that the informal hearing process is when there's no disputed material facts, and it sounds like there's dispute. So just curious what the basis was for.
Can you tell us which facts you're referring to that were in dispute? Because I don't know that I heard any.
Thank you for bringing that up.
The fees she says she paid.
Oh, did we confirm or did not confirm?
So it does appear that we received a payment, or that is coming through the comptroller's office, a week or so ago, so we can look at that. That may have satisfied, so her payment could have been in that last comptroller's batch.
Because I had the opportunity to submit everything by January 3rd. That's what I was told.
And it looks like our comptroller's batch came through maybe on the 14th or 15th, so that would not have been gone through yet by staff to put this. So there could be a potential. I have not looked through that batch, but there could be a potential that her
fine.
student protection fund check is in there.
Ma'am, did you submit that payment prior to the deadline or after the deadline? The Western Union?
By the deadline that was provided to me.
So what's the date on that you're showing?
It should be January 2nd.
If I may, even if we bracket the question of the payment, right, these issues fall into two main categories, right? One is that the financials and related documents that have been supplied have not been provided for the entity of application. So let's not get confused because of similarity in name. Let's say, you know, there is School A and School B. School A is what the application was put under, and then the paperwork was submitted for an entity called School B.
Yeah, well said.
Right? That's basically what it comes down to. All right, so those are our first and second issues here. And then the third is that there hasn't been completion of the annual student data collection because the word annual wasn't clear, and it implied that it didn't have to be for every year. It was just kind of one of the years, apparently. So,
how's that unclear?
He said 2023. That's what he says.
I suppose when I hear the word annual, that means every year, annually.
well, that's why it's apparently unclear.
Okay. Suppose we could discuss. Ma'am, do you have financials for the licensed entity?
For Blue Soleil Nursing Agency,
It's the only one that matters to me. Yes, ma'am. That's the licensed entity.
if I get an opportunity, I can provide that.
Have you closed out and filed your taxes for 2024 for that entity?
For 2024, no.
Did you keep financial records for that entity during the last year?
Well, like I mentioned before, nursing agency is not operating. It's not operating. But we do.
Which is
we
an
do.
entirely
We do
different
do that
compliance
with our
issue, just for the
CPA.
record.
Yes.
What you're telling us is that you are out of compliance because you made a substantive change of ownership and moved it to another entity. So
Right.
that's not an excuse for not having records of licensed entities. It actually makes the matter worse.
Exactly. So we can provide financial statement for nursing agency, for the nursing agency. We can. And we did file tax, not for 2024, but we have tax record for that entity.
Can you help me understand why you have the two separate entities?
Well, because I am a nurse myself, so my business plan was to open an agency and also to open the training school. So pretty much I had the opportunity to make the training school happen. So based on my own financial, because I'm the one that provided the finances for the companies, so I was able to make that happen to where I can get the licenses for the school and start enrolling students and start generating income. But for the nursing agency, I kind of like went into like a roadblock when it comes to my personal investment into the company, because most of them are requesting for you to have a large amount of money in your account, because for the first few months you will not be getting no money from the insurance providers. So you will have to have enough money for you to sustain paying for your employees until all that can take place. So I was not in the I didn't have the opportunity to provide that kind of money at that time to put in my bank account to support the agency. So I kind of like let that, in suspense until I can get the finance to put in the nursing agency. But I was able to do the nursing school. We invested a lot of money into that, and I pretty much ran out of money. So that's why I never actually fully completed the nursing agency.
What do you mean by agency? What type of business are you referring to that's different from the school?
So the nursing agency will be actually employing nurses, CNAs, HHAs, and mainly to send them for home care, and also to provide staffing to hospital and nursing
Like
assistant.
a temporary agency?
Right, exactly.
But like a temporary staffing company?
Exactly. But we will also have like our own case for Medicare, Medicaid, to where we will have our own employees working for us as well. So they kind of like go hand in hand. Like if I have the training school, I can actually employ my own students when they're done.
So the licensed entity, it was your intent to operate as a staffing company, not a training company for our licensed entity?
No, that's why we have two different names. We intended to have both companies.
Oh,
One
I know, but what I'm saying is the agency, the original licensed entity, it was your intent to operate as a staffing temporary company,
Exactly.
not a training school.
No. And then the training school was created under that because that was, in my mind, that was something different. That was two different companies.
So if we pull through Sunbiz, we're going to find that 100% of the stock from the Blue Soleil Assistant Training School LLC is owned by the Blue Soleil Nursing Agency.
It should be, yes. You will see both my name, both of
Is
them.
there any reason why it would not be?
No, there shouldn't be. I created both companies myself. They both under my name.
That doesn't, whose name is under is not what I'm talking about. I'm
Right.
talking about the ownership of the entity and that entity being a subsidiary of the licensed entity.
Yes,
So what you're saying is that the agency is a parent company of the LLC,
for the training school.
right? Have we validated that, or can we? Because it should be via, a Sunbiz. I don't know how quickly we'll be able to pull this down. So as a subsidiary, you understand that your financial statements from your training would roll up to the parent company, right?
Right.
Because that's how the company structure is set up, and therefore the financials should be under your agency, right? Does agency own anything other than the Assistant Training School LLC?
No.
Do you understand why this is so confusing for us?
I understand why it's confusing to you guys, but really, in my opinion, the nursing agency had nothing to do with the school.
Madam, it is the licensed
I
entity.
understand. I understand what
It's the
you're saying
licensed
now.
entity.
And if I understood it like that, I could have provided the statement under the nursing agency. I just didn't think that that's what you guys were asking for because the school was the one that was being questioned.
But our communication to her would have been a failure to submit financial data for Blue Soleil Nursing Agency. We would have said
You
that is
can
your
look
licensed
back
entity
at what
because we
was
didn't know
said.
the other existed. So any communication you had would have been in reference to agency.
Never. Every communication I've had, I've always been nursing assistant training school.
Yeah, I think you may be confusing the fictitious name you have registered with the entity, which is
I
almost
mean-
exactly the same, to Commissioner Stefano's
You
point,
guys have access
as
to
the
what I
other
have
entity itself.
received. I haven't received anything under nursing assistant under the agency. I have not. Every communication I've always had, I've always been under nursing assistant training school.
And that is because you're doing business as nursing training school, not the LLC. Our LLC still record is the agency LLC. So when you first submitted your financials, you gave us the agency LLC. So when we asked you for updated records, and then you gave us records for another entity,
All it would have taken is for somebody to say, hey, you submitted that for the school. Do you have one for the nursing agency? And that would have been provided.
You understand the difference between the fictitious name registration and the LLC name?
I do. But again, I'm going to repeat the same thing. I thought what you guys were requesting had to do with the school. That's all. And that's why we use the name of the school because, I mean, I'm not sure how else to explain it, but that's
Right,
the
well,
truth.
we just weren't aware that another entity existed, so we were referring to the fictitious name, which is registered both as an LLC and as a DBA under a separate LLC.
Right.
How many students do you have right now?
As of now, enrolled for January, we have 8 students.
8.
We have 8 students enrolled for the current January class. The classes are 4 to 5 weeks long. And we have the student that just finished, they're about to test. Like I said, there was 8 of them that's going to be testing next week. And then we have another group testing at the end of February, which is another 7.
And the others, when did they begin? When were they originally enroll?
Which one?
You
So
said
we have a class every 5 weeks.
Okay.
That's how long the class lasts.
For the nursing assistant program?
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that is the only program you operate?
Yes.
May I pose a quick question here? In your ideal scenario, what would be the entity that would be licensed by this commission?
The training school.
The training school?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that just so we properly frame this, what we're hearing is that her intention for licensure is a different institution than the application that has been cultivated to this point.
Mm-hmm. That if she had submitted a substantive change for the license to be moved to, let me make sure I get this right, Blue Soleil Nursing Assistant Training School LLC, then it would have married with the financials that were submitted.
Right.
Again, I would not have had any problem doing this. Again, this is a new institution. I'm not completely aware of everything that's supposed to be done. And I will admit that that was my mistake. I didn't think about submitting that to you guys. Because to me, both companies are mine, and what was operating was the school, so I submitted everything for the school. And none of that was communicated to me as far as being a problem until today.
And just pivoting for a moment to the educational program itself, have any of your programs been put on probation?
By who?
Any boards?
You mean the Board of Education? No. We have not been on probation. For the Board of Education, no. This is the first time that we're having issues with this board.
Your students do not have, none of your students have taken any type of exam, any type of ending with the state for licensing?
Yes, they have to take the nursing assistant.
And what is the passing rate?
Oh, as of now, we are at 78%.
Thank you.
Yes. We've been doing great when it comes to that. We have no issue with the Board of Nursing.
And just to clarify that statement, is your program on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing?
We just received our license from the Board of Nursing. We have our license up until 2026.
Correct, and this is a separate issue. However, while you can get your program approval from the Florida Board of Nursing, is the actual program itself on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing?
Yes, but it was a misclarification. So the last time we went to their meeting, they provided us with some numbers that were not accurate. And we actually requested for them to review their numbers.
So the answer would be yes, but it is under dispute.
Right, because the numbers that were provided were not accurate.
I'm reminded of the hierarchy that council said earlier of preponderance of evidence and beyond reasonable doubt. And I had to chuckle when he explained that earlier, but now I really understand why that's so incredibly important.
Right.
Commissioners, I'm inclined to create a one-time, very limited clemency until February 13th. We're not going to arbitrarily say 14 days because there won't be a clerk order for this. So let's just pick the date and say that the commission would require compliance with all of the outstanding issues by February 13th, and then delegate authority to the director to enforce. How do I say that?
Sure. So just to be clear, is the intention to add? Okay, so there's two ways that we could go, that you can go about this, Chair Williams. There can be a motion to deny the application outright and have a vote on that, or there can be a motion to issue a final order granting the application for annual licensure if certain contingencies are met. And so it's not clear to me from the discussion had so far what those contingencies are, because it sounds like there's a change of ownership application that's being contemplated.
Okay.
In order to... Yeah, I think that would have to be treated as a separate issue, in my opinion. I would almost say that we have to address the outstanding first, right?
Okay.
A sub-change later, only if we were compliant with the existing findings.
Okay, I have a clarification question.
It sounds like the sub-change has already happened. Am I wrong or no? Okay.
I know, but we can't. If we went to the sub-change route, then we're not addressing all of the other destabilizing issues.
That doesn't.
Well, the issue here is we've heard new evidence. This commission has received evidence, new evidence at this hearing, and should act on it in such a way to bring the institution into compliance with all licensure standards. So whatever contingencies you're satisfied.
So you're saying there could be a fifth that said, so we
if
find
you've
that
heard,
a substantive
if you've
change,
heard evidence,
well, clearly she's operating under a separate
If you've
entity,
heard clear and convincing
so a substantive
evidence,
change has occurred, right? So which would be a fifth. Yes, ma'am.
I'm very sorry, but I still don't know. That is the confusion with the name and the corporation, but they are all under the same individual, and we don't have anything for 23, 24.
Agreed.
I mean, I have a lot of difficulty trying to understand what makes a difference between today and when they submitted these papers. There is nobody presented 23, 24. We are already in end of January of 2025. If we give them 10 days, are they going to have those documents correct under the same name? I mean, it's very difficult for me to see the difference on all the conversation because there are 3 corporations, but everybody is under the same person. Sure. I don't get it.
Are you presenting a motion in that regard?
No, I'm presenting them almost at this point. I think I like to agree with the commission decision because it's thorough. There is a lot of failures. Even not to meet the payment for a student protection fund. It's a lot of issues here.
The student protection is related to the financial statement. It's once you give your financial statement, they can tell you how much you have to pay for the student protection. So really, it was 3 forms. That's all I had to submit. Everything else was submitted for the annual application. I had to submit Form 801, 604, and a financial statement for the school, which was provided. Once I got the financial statement in, they told me how much I had to send for the student protection, which was sent. So as of now, everything was submitted.
Ma'am, the problem is that unless that sub change takes place,
And we can.
you've paid the fees for an institution that is not the license, the institution pursuing licensure. I think we have heard new evidence here that kind of clarifies things, right? So just to make sure that we are all on the same page here, okay? We have a series of outstanding items with regard to the entity that is pursuing licensure. On the other hand, we're hearing that as a matter of, a fact and occurrence, she is currently operating and providing services to students under a different entity.
Agreed.
Right, so two different things. Number three, we've also heard evidence here that despite whatever protest or dispute she may have, the single program that is in question here is placed on probation with the Board of Nursing.
The Board of Nursing just renew our license.
Yeah, I mean, I just went to their website, and
Right.
there is a probation status there.
And they can provide you with the latest data of the school and the rating of passing that we're having for our students.
And with the Board of Nursing, what is the entity that is licensed by them?
The same thing, it's the Nursing Assistant Training School.
And is that the LLC or is that the DBA?
So when we submit the application, so I guess we're going around the same thing with the name of the school and the name of the agency. What's confusing to me is that when I received my license, the provisional license by the Florida Board of Education, it doesn't mention anything about the agency on there. What was submitted to me as far as the license is Nursing Assistant Training School. So this is where the confusion comes.
Does it have an LLC after it?
Yes. So that's what my provisional license say. It never said anything about nursing assistant.
Excuse me.
What does the provisional license say?
When
pull
they
that up. Give
submit
us
the
just 1
application, are they required to submit like an employer identification number, which identifies because?
Yeah, it's under the agency, LLC, the
Yeah,
license.
because even on Sunbiz, the training school LLC doesn't have an EIN number yet. So it's been 5 years.
We don't have it.
Yeah, there's no.
There's no tax ID number for
Correct.
Oh,
5
we
years
do.
later?
We do. We have a tax ID for the nursing assistant training school.
It's not in Sunbiz, and apparently
Yeah.
it's not the one that we have, right?
Yeah. But Commissioner Stefano, you made a good point. I didn't hear the answer. Which of these two entities is through the Board of Nursing?
She didn't answer.
It's the nursing assistant training school.
The
That's what we have.
No.
entity
Which
that
of the
LL
two entities? I need whatever your answer is to end with LLC.
LLC. It's the nursing assistant training school LLC. Blue Soleil Nursing.
Okay, so
Assistant.
your licensure through the Board of Nursing is not the entity that is licensed by this body.
Okay.
Yeah.
The provisional license issued to the school by the Board of Education, what does it say? Which company do you see, guys, it's listed on? Because the certificate that I received is under the school name. So it's news to me today that everything was supposed to be done under the agency.
Ma'am, maybe I can give you a personal anecdote to help you understand this. I have an entity that's called B31 LLC, doing business as Fleet Force Truck Driver Training. My license was under B31 because that is the company. And I could go and change the name to Trey's Truck Driver Training, and it would not change the licensed entity that it was issued under. It is the entity. So if your license says the school name, that is the fictitious name that you registered, is not the licensed entity, and that's why you are substantially out of compliance, is you have been operating which is a completely separate issue, through via an entity that was not submitted to this body, which would have represented a substantive chain of ownership that wasn't submitted to us, and we were unaware. And, by the way, that entity is also licensed through the Board of Nursing, which is not the same one that's licensed by this body. I'm inclined to put forth a recommendation for a motion to accept staff recommendations. Do I have a motion for that?
I move to
have a
accept.
second.
Might I make a suggestion that if this commission is inclined to do to go down that route, that maybe we strike item 3. I mean, it's my is that amenable to you, Executive Director Hurst?
I would also make that recommendation.
Would you suggest that we also augment the stipulation of findings?
Absolutely. Which findings would you like to incorporate for the record? We can speak them now, and then I'll incorporate them into whatever clerked order is drafted.
Well, I suppose it would be the finding that the institution hitherto operating is a distinct legal entity from the entity of record in the application process.
I think that's clear. Okay. Commissioner Marty made a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation as stated, or adding
with
the
the-
provision of adding the use of the wording that.
So striking contingency 3 and adding an additional
Agreed.
finding.
And to make clear, it's a deficiency, it's not a contingency. You're voting to deny the application, it sounds like.
Right, so it's not a contingency. Right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here, ma'am. The staff will be in touch. Yeah. This out of the way. Okay, our second informal hearing regards Excelsior Ultrasound Institute number 7627. If you are representing the institution, please come forward to the podium, introduce yourself, tell us who you are.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for accepting me. Good morning. My name is Dr. Andrew Thompson and Sheena Cousins Thompson. I'm representing Excelsior Ultrasound Institute and the deficiency that was recommended to correct.
Would you mind, sir, if we stopped for a moment and if you and she both would be providing us information that we could swear you both in?
Sure.
Yeah.
Would you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you for that affirmation. Commissioners, you each have the Excelsior petition and pertinent record of its application for licensure, including documentation submitted by both Excelsior and the commission staff as exhibits for our consideration. Mr. Thompson, it appears that your petition, that you do not dispute any of the material findings of fact reflected in the August 12th, 2024 notice of intent, but you are requesting that the commission reconsider its intent to deny Excelsior's application for annual licensure. Is that correct?
Right, that's correct.
Yes, sir. Outstanding. Director Hurst, it appears that the institution has over this past several months, submitted additional documents in support of its application, and can you give us an update of how those have changed recently?
Yes, so this institution appeared at our July 26, 2024 commission, in which the commission denied the institution's application for annual license. The entity then requested an informal hearing, and they began submitting documents to us on September 17, 2024, with the last review by commission staff occurring on January 15th of 2025. So that's kind of our time frame for which we've been working with the documents submitted. So at this time, staff is recommending that the commission find that the institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license pursuant to section 1005.318 Florida statutes and rule 6E-2.002 2A Florida Administrative Code, and that the institution also fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license pursuant to section 1005.315 and rule 6E-2.0021 based on the following. Number one, the failure of the institution to submit documentation of at least 8 continuing education contact hours of training specifically related to their positions for the following or similar positions: your school director, Florida director, or chief executive officer, chief education/academic officer, or director of education or training, placement director, admissions director, and financial director in compliance with the provisions of Rule 6E-2.0043. The institution submitted only 4 contact hours of continuing education for the role of CEO and 4 contact hours of continuing education for the role of admissions director. Number 2, the failure to submit an enrollment agreement which demonstrates compliance with Rule 6E-1.0032 and 6E-2.0045. The submitted enrollment agreement does not contain a class start date, an anticipated program completion date, the anticipated class schedule, if known, the grounds for termination or cancellation of the agreement by the institution or student, an employment guarantee disclaimer, a statement that all signers have received and read a copy of the binding documents and catalog, and page numbers to include the total number of pages in the document. Additionally, the refund policy does not provide for the cancellation of the agreement within the 3 days of signing the agreement and making a payment, and contains contradictory information about the registration and application fee assessed to the students. Number 3, the failure to submit a financial statement of the controlling principles compiled, reviewed, or audited by an independent CPA in compliance with Rule 6E-2.0046. The submitted financial statement for the controlling principal was not prepared by a CPA. The failure to submit a current municipal business license which demonstrates compliance with the zoning requirements of Rule 6E-2.0049C. The institution submitted a property tax receipt and not a receipt for payment of the business tax or license from Orange County. 5, the failure to submit Form 801 annual student data collection for non-institutionally accredited institutions for the 22-23 reporting year in compliance with Rule 6E-2.00410. Number 6, the failure to submit a catalog which demonstrates compliance with Rules 6E-1.0032 and 6E-2.00411. The catalog's refund policy does not provide for the cancellation of the agreement within 3 days of signing the agreement and making a payment, and contains contradictory information about the registration or application fee assessed to the students. And number 7, the failure to correct the advertising violations identified in the Commission's June 29, 2023 letter. The institution's website makes unsubstantiated claims regarding the starting salary for graduates of its program in violation of Rule 6E-2.00411C.
Mr. Thompson or Ms. Thompson, do you guys have comment or additional information about the staff recommendations that were just read?
Well, we do have additional information, and we addressed all those deficiencies, and it was submitted to the Department of Education. I have copies of all of them here that was submitted on and email on many occasions, and they say they didn't receive it. On one occasion, with my accountant, who was mentioned, is not a CPA. On the initial granting of my licensure, she was the one who prepared my financial at all time, and she's a renowned CPA that does all my accounting. And her letterhead, she even spoke directly to a financial advisor with Ministry of Education about what she has to do, addressing the matter. She has written a letter, she has spoken to him, and we were told what we had to fix. Now, on another occasion, I look back an email that was sent to me regarding the granting of my licensure. And the licensure number,
Just for clarity, sir, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. The controlling principal financials is what we're referring to, that were not compiled by a CPA, not the institution's financials.
that was done by a CPA. Monroe Haas. She did, everything, and it was supplied
But we don't have substantiation.
on many occasions that it was
Right.
emailed.
So part of that submission requires that the CPA provide their licensure to prove
She also did that. That was supplied because I spoke to her on many occasions, and that was emailed.
That's not
from her.
Well, we don't have that. So, if you were
just
told,
one-
you-
just
if you were,
give-
if she
just-
told you that, that's one thing. We just don't have it to substantiate that licensure. That's why that is a contingency, just so you'll understand.
I understand that. Also, but she spoke to someone directly, I think Mr. Bowman, regarding that, and that was verified. Now, on one occasion, that was the license that was being addressed in my email that was being looked at, it wasn't my license number. The verification for the license number that was put on a form sent to me was license number 7567 in one of the email. So I don't know if that could be any issues with what was being compiled or put together. I have had issues with, with the address of my institution. Initially starting the address of I wasn't receiving mail to that address where the school is at because of someone not knowing how to read an address or what address should be on it. Now, I verify that with the Postal Service where my institution is at. The address was stated 7150 to 7300 West Colonial, Suite 7236. Now, when any mail comes to that place, the postal person usually take the mail to 7150, not to the suite. Now, when I call Ministry of Education, they say the correct address is 7236 West Colonial. That's the one they should be using. So I don't know. I mean, that seems to be causing a problem along the way, getting information and finding out to follow up with what I have to address.
Well, I'm confident that the commission is only sending mail to an address that you provided.
Yeah, the address was provided, but it wasn't coming. Yeah, I'm saying that she provided the address that I provide. She sent it to that, but it didn't get to my place.
That's
But, I mean,
probably
that's
not
not-
of consequence,
Could
to our
be,
ability
yeah,
to
yeah.
assess your compliance. Right, especially when you're in email or digital communication with the commission and we're saying we weren't receiving things or you're not receiving things. Let's maybe talk about some of the other deficiencies here.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
There are 7.
Okay.
And when at the outset of this, you said that you didn't materially dispute any of these.
Well, let's be clear, if that may be clear, and this will help to clarify Commissioner Cross's comment. The reason we're at an informal hearing was the petition did not dispute the material facts affirmed in the notice of intent. So those are the facts that are not in dispute.
Right.
Naturally, there's almost certainly going to be dispute by definition in any hearing about whether deficiencies have been satisfied.
So you're saying we all agree on what happened, we're just talking about why?
No, the question here that this commission has to decide is whether the deficiencies identified in the notice of intent have subsequently been cured, subsequent to the issuance of the notice of intent. and the date of the and up to the date of this hearing.
And what you're seeing in front of you is the response based upon the documentation that they provided to us. So there may have been more deficiencies in your original letter that were satisfied upon him sending in documentation. So every time he sent in documentation, we reviewed it against what was in your clerked order, determined whether you actually satisfied those contingencies. So the contingencies that you satisfied are no longer in front of the commissioners for consideration.
So there were more than the 7 that remain?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've corrected all those deficiencies and submitted them regarding what needed to be addressed.
When you say all of those, sir, are you referring to the 7 that are on the staff
The 7,
recommendations?
right, the 7, and I have documentation of those. When it comes to the tax receipt, when I paid my tax, I go to the tax office and I paid, and they gave me a receipt, and they said that's in use, and that say that wasn't acceptable, so I don't know what else to provide.
Right,
And-
so we're just talking about a business license, not property taxes.
Yeah, well, the business
different-
license, yeah.
2 different things.
So the business license for who?
For your business.
Yeah, for my, okay.
Because what we were provided was a property tax receipt, not a receipt for payment of a business tax or copy of the license to do business.
Yeah, we supplied that also.
When?
Commissioners, I'm sorry, if I may. I think it'll help. I think it would be procedurally most helpful if we went item by item.
Sure.
To see whether competent, substantial evidence
Let's do that.
supports each of these.
Agreed. Okay. Apologies for jumping around.
Okay.
So I suppose, Director, what we're looking at here for the 7 items are, we can substantiate those are outstanding as of when?
So they're outstanding as of January the 15th of 2024, or as of today, I'm sorry, 2025, we are in 2025, as of today. And I can go through each one of these to kind of talk about what you actually submitted versus what was needed for the standards, if y'all would like me to do that.
No, I just was wondering, you would? Okay, fair enough.
I believe that would be most proper, and of course, it's up to you,
No,
Chair
thank you.
Williams, how much time is spent on each item until this commission is satisfied that the executive director has proven her case.
Fair enough.
Right, so we will start with number 1, our continuing education for administrators. Pursuant to Rule 60-2.0043, Florida Administrative Code, administrators must complete at latest 8 continuing education contact hours of training related to their positions each year. If a person holds multiple positions within the administration, then the document must indicate for which position the training was appropriate. So the following certificates were received from Andrew Thompson. We had the OP 110, which was developing effective advisory and governing boards, and the CM 201, admissions compliance. Those were each for the 4 hours. And then for Ms. Thompson, we have the CM 201, admissions compliance for her. The institution submitted numerous continuing education and professional development certificates for Mr. and Ms. Thompson and Ilana Shaw. However, only 3 submitted certificates appear to be related to the administration of a post-secondary institution. All other certificates are related to nursing, sonography, or healthcare in general.
Okay, so the 2 persons that's considered with these offices is Andrew Thompson and Sheena Cousins Thompson for administrative part of the education. And we both have 8 CME credits from FAFSA regarding 4 that you have and 4 that you didn't mention that I have here that was sent, that was documented for both of us. That's completed the 8 CME for that.
Well, there are 4 hours for you.
4 hours.
For
and I
you,
have-
and may I,
Yeah.
just to clarify, 4 hours were submitted for your OP 110, which is that document I believe you have in front of you, that's for your chief executive officer position, and then 4 hours for CM 201 for your admissions director. We do not have any hours listed for chief academic officer, placement director, or financial aid director.
Okay, and that would be me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And we have the OP 110, developing effective advisor and governing boards.
Correct. So those were relevant to the two. So that gave you those, but we don't have records or we don't have proof of continuing education hours for the other roles that you played in the institution.
Okay.
So if we're going to go in order here, the number 2 was
She mentioned
an enrollment agreement. I thought we did, yeah. Not concluding class start dates, anticipated program completions, anticipated class schedules, grounds for termination, et cetera. There are 7 different deficiencies, it looks there, with that enrollment agreement.
And for CIE, the institution submitted a one-page enrollment agreement on October 14th of 2024. This agreement with the 3 additional pages was then submitted on November 1st, 2024. The same documents with no revisions were submitted on January 3rd, 2025. So we're receiving them. They're just not with the corrections, and they're still missing all of these elements in your catalog. I'm sorry, in your enrollment agreement.
Okay. Well, I addressed all the issues and the deficiencies that I might not have submitted.
Oh, no, we received the submission. We're
Right.
just saying it was not revised in a way that made it compliant with the rule.
Online as well, remember? You revised it online about you revised it about the same about job.
It was revised online, the correction of what needed to be addressed. I mean,
Online? What do you mean by
with
that?
with the website. You're talking about
So you have a different enrollment agreement on your website than the
no,
one that
no,
you
the
submitted
enrollment
to
agreement
us?
is the same. No, it was just addressed with the issues. It was revised according to what the Ministry of Education needed.
Right, but it wasn't submitted to this body.
Not to this file. I
Right.
submitted it 3 times.
Yes,
by
we
email. Right.
agree, and each
Right,
of those
but
times
is that-
it was not compliant with the requirements. I mean, we agree on the dates that the director just laid out, but
So it was
it
still not
remains to be deficient.
Yeah, they stated that we said that the salaries were made up or something like that, and that was corrected.
Oh, no,
to
that's a
show
completely separate
reference.
issue, way down at the bottom, number
issue, yeah,
7.
that's different
We're
issue.
talking about your enrollment agreement.
Oh, you have the
Yeah.
enrollment agreement?
Yeah, enrollment agreement was corrected and resent. I mean,
No, sir. Can you give the dates again, Director?
You don't have an enrollment agreement in your?
Oh, no, you guys submitted it. We're just trying to get you to understand that each of those times, the enrollment agreement's content was not compliant with the rule. We're not denying that you sent it, we received it, but each of those times it was not compliant with 7 different aspects that are outlined in staff recommendations that come directly from the rule.
Yes, it looks like you submitted a one-page enrollment agreement on October 14th. Then the agreement with 3 additional pages was November 1st. It was still missing the elements. And then that same document with no revisions was again resubmitted on January 3rd.
because I'm not understanding what else is needed. What are the elements that we need to address? Because
Were you
we
given
keep-
staff recommendations to be part of your notification for being here today? You were provided with letters of deficiency, right?
Right.
So that you
And we
have
addre-
been provided that
And
information.
we address that.
Well, you just said you didn't understand what it needed.
Yeah, but on the final decision, I mean, what else? I mean, we have submitted on 3 occasions. What else is needed?
It's
for
the
to be in
7
compliance?
items that are outlined here before us, and that have been outlined in our communications with you where it was deficient.
Deficiency?
Sir, may I offer an analogy just to clarify this?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's pretend that you are a teacher and you require a term paper from a student.
Okay.
Okay? and you have a rubric with certain expectations. The student turns it in, right? And you say, all right, here's the rubric, right? We're going to grade it, okay? And it has these deficiencies, right? Not disputing, the student turned it in, right? But here's the things that need to be fixed. You give it back to the student. They come back. Some things might have been fixed, but then there's a whole other set of deficiencies on the rubric, right? It's like, okay, well, look, you still haven't addressed these here. Okay. They come back and they say, well, no, I submitted it. I corrected it. Yeah, well, maybe this item, but here's the list of things that it needs to comply with, right? So here, the list of items, those 7 things, is kind of like the rubric here, right? These are the things, the exact things that you still haven't complied with, meaning that if hypothetically you were to sit down, look at the enrollment agreement and say, okay, I need to make sure that it satisfies these 7 things, and then submit that, that would be compliant.
Were you aware of the 7 things?
And that's what we did. I mean, we went through all that was needed, and I think that we have satisfied all that was that's needed.
No, sir, you haven't, and that's the point. Is those items are outstanding on number 2, which outlines 7 different deficiencies that Dr. Stefano was referring to there. Yep. We did discuss the submission of controlling principal financial statements. And that does require the CPA to provide for us their existing non-expired license, which we didn't receive. Receiving them from that person who is a CPA doesn't constitute compliance. That CPA needs to show us their CPA license because that is temporary and finite, and we need to make sure that that person is still licensed.
Well, I know she did submit them.
She submitted the financials, but we don't have
Her
proof that she
licensure.
is a licensed. No, sir, we didn't receive
Yeah,
that.
she submitted that because I was there when she submitted it also. And she submitted when she spoke to, I think, Mr. Bowman, that was requested, and she submitted her licensure. That, even from the initial, when the school first started, those were also submitted.
May I clarify
Yeah.
something? So we do have, I know you are speaking to that particular CPA, Miss Betty Haas
Right.
of Monroe Haas. We do have the one that she submitted for the actual institution. So that is not in question. She provided it on a letterhead that she did that financial statement. When we're talking about your controlling principles, those also have to be compiled, reviewed, or audited by a CPA. The institution submitted a balance sheet for Dr. Thompson, yourself, on institutional letterhead on November 1st, 2024. The balance sheet does not appear to have been prepped by an independent CPA. On January 3rd, 2025, you submitted the same balance sheet on institutional letterhead for Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, but that came from the this Betty Haas, which is the same CPA.
Yes,
Go ahead.
excuse me. I remember I was in the meeting with Betty Haas when she was in contact with the your office, who were prepping for to prepare these papers for you, and she did speak on that the short notice that they had requested that information would not allow her to do that quantity of work in that time frame, and that's it, and they agreed with that, and so she would submit it in the future because of the short time that they allotted for her to provide that, and and
So did she prepare the financial statements for the controlling principles?
she does all our accounting, and she's a certified public accountant. Yes, sir.
So did she prepare the financial statements for the controlling principles?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, she did everything for. She
yeah.
completed everything that was requested of her.
She did everything that was requested.
I'm just trying to follow your train of thought when you were saying there wasn't time and she would do it in the
No.
future. I didn't understand what you were talking about.
Well, there was a situation where she did discuss with Mr. Bowman, and he was in his office, and we had a 3-way conversation, and he said, whatever you can submit, we will accept it. I remember him saying that, and so in the time, because she said in the time frame as a CPA that the requirements that what they were requesting in that time frame that they requested it for was too short a notice for her to provide the lengthy accounting spreadsheet that they wanted. So Mr. Bowman agreed that whatever she sent would be acceptable rather than
Yeah. So,
exactly.
So the
And that-
financials that we were submitted for controlling principals were on Excelsior Ultrasound Institute letterhead.
Yes.
If a CPA submits them, it would be on the CPA letterhead, and that is the point in contention. What this looks like is something that you guys submitted on your own letterhead and not from the CPA.
No, I would not do something like.
So we
she
would not-
submitted that, but apparently she didn't put her letterhead on because everything she submitted, it has her name.
Her
No,
signature.
no, sir.
signature.
I'm looking at the financials that were submitted for the principal, and they are on Excelsior Ultrasound Institute letterhead. They are not from a CPA firm.
Well, we did not do it. We did. That was submitted from the CPA.
Okay.
And
So
we can. Well,
so it's
okay.
still in dispute then,
So,
obviously.
sir, whatever you feel is the problem, we can rectify it. Because we
Well,
have
it's not,
email and
just to be clear, it's not what I feel about it.
No,
There's
I mean,
deficiencies
well,
here for the standards and the
well,
rules.
if you feel that the accountant should use her letterhead, I think that can be rectified with an email.
Counselor, I believe there's a legal precedent for certified public accountants putting their license number and using their letterhead when they make compilations, reviews, and/or audits, right? Why would they use someone else's letterhead as a certified public accountant?
I am not personally. Excuse me, can you hear me? I am not personally an expert on the laws governing certified public accountancy. I believe Mr. Caballero is a CPA and could perhaps speak to that.
Commissioner, you have some thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, the financial statements were signed by you. They weren't signed, that the financial statements were actually, at least the ones that we're looking at here, the statement of financial condition that are under the Excelsior Ultrasound Institute letterhead are signed by you. They're not signed by your CPA.
I only do secondary signature with the accountant. I don't sign my financial statement from the CPA. She's the one that signs anything that's done financially for the institution. She signs everything.
It doesn't appear in this particular case
So
that
I
that
would
was the
not
case.
sign a financial statement, and I have nothing to do with accounting. So everything that I
But
present,
these-
I understand what you're saying, but I
So then
can't
this information that we received is inaccurate? Is that what you're saying?
No, those are accurate, but are you saying that you have nothing? I mean,
No, you say,
No, what we're saying is
are you saying that you're not aware that we're using an accountant, which is Betty Haas?
No. What I'm saying is that the statement that we're referring to in these deficiencies
Yes.
weren't signed by Ms. Haas. And then you're saying that she prepared them.
yeah,
She
prepared-
didn't use them in her letterhead,
Okay.
right? That's a separate issue.
yeah.
But as a CPA, because I am a CPA, I mean, I don't practice as a CPA, but I am a CPA. A CPA is supposed to sign the letter. A CPA is supposed to sign the financial information that's being presented on the following pages are, to my understanding, compiled, reviewed, whatever the case may be, and the CPA signs it.
Right.
This was on your letterhead, and even if it's a secondary signature, it has Andrew Thompson, President, CEO, Dime Diagnostics, Precision Ultrasound, and it's signed by you, even if it's a secondary signature. It's not even, it makes zero
That
reference to
information
your CPA.
Well, sir, we can correct that.
Right.
It's too late.
So number 4 were the municipal business license, and that feels binary. Either it was a business license or it wasn't. And what we were provided wasn't. I don't know if there's really comment on that because it's either is or it isn't. Do you have any response to that?
A business license was submitted also.
No, sir. We received a property tax receipt.
Yeah, but the business license you did not receive?
No, sir.
That was submitted also. I mean, I submitted all my license for the business and license for myself. So I'd have to look into that again because that was submitted.
Right.
I've been I mean,
So
the school been up for about 3-4 years, so that was submitted initially also.
So number 5 is annual student data collection for non-institutionally accredited institutions, which is Form 801, which is an outstanding deficiency as well.
Okay, I also have here what I was submitted, Form 801, everything that was submitted and corrected. So what was deficient in Form 801?
So no copy of your Form 801 for the 22-23 reporting period was included in your October 14th, November 1st, 2024, and January 3rd, 2025 submissions from the institution. There was no response to that December 13, 2024 email regarding this data. The institution entered data for the 23-24 reporting period online in the institutional portal on January 3rd of 2025. The institution reported 3 enrolled, 1 graduate who was placed, and 2 students that were continuing their enrollment. As previously noted, the January 3rd, 2025 submission to the Commission included a paper copy of Form 801 completed for 2022 through 2024. This document reports 3 enrollments, 2 withdrawals, 0 graduates. Based on the institution's submission online and the previously submitted data for 21-22, the printed copy of Form 801 does not appear to be accurate. You're spanning multiple years when you're sending us printed copies of things. It has to be per year, like 23-24, 22-23. We're receiving things that are 22 through 24.
Because here I have documented 20 to 21, 21 to 22, 22 to 23. Those were submitted by email, Form 801.
Yeah, we received the form. It was for a 2-year span of period, not outlining annual enrollment.
Because
Perhaps I
at
shouldn't
one,
say annual,
at
since
one
previously
point, we didn't have enrollment. So in the time span that we had those 3 students and 1 withdraw, we only had 1 graduate. Then now this year, which is the 2022-23, which is 3 students, that's currently active.
Yeah. So the next deficiency was within your catalog, and more specifically, your refund policy does not provide for the cancellation of the agreement within 3 days, and it has some contradictory information about registration or application fees.
And that was corrected. Student enrollment agreement, that was corrected and submitted.
Advertisement about 20, I said advertisement, salaries, that was corrected as well.
Student enrollment agreement.
So I'm looking at the catalog here. Forgive me, Director, for leaning in on you. There's no mention in the registration fees are only refundable prior to the first day of class, which is to be a 3-day period per the rule. Yeah, so the catalog still has contradictory information in it, at one point making the statement that tuition payments are fully refundable up to 3 days after the initial payment, and in another place saying the fees are only refundable prior to the first day of class. That is specifically the conflicting information in your catalog that remains.
Conflicted with what?
Conflicting with what? I mean,
in one sentence you say 3 days, in another sentence you say before the first day of class.
we can correct that, but probably that was a typo error, but we can correct that because I'm looking at the information here.
Typographical errors are when you misspell something, maybe put a comma in the wrong place. This is conflicting information being presented to the student. So the final, number 7, is the advertising violations. Were you able to pull that?
Okay, so the advertising violations were, as of January 13th, 2025, the website included unsubstantiated claims regarding the starting salaries for the graduates, where it stated, "You'll make great money, ultrasound technologists do very well, starting salaries are often over 40,000, and then your lead ultrasound technologist can earn in excess of 70,000. It does appear that after that date that they have added an asterisk to that statement, and now that it does lead to a bottom statement that says the average salary for a sonographer is $86.56, and they're using Indeed as their source. So it does appear that they may have corrected that issue after this document was produced.
But that was corrected, yeah.
Right. So we're still 6 out of 7. There. Commissioners, is there any discussion, or does anyone? Yes, sir.
Chair, I don't know if it's an error on our part or maybe I'm misunderstanding, but there's on the summary sheet, it shows diploma and it shows non-degree. And then in their catalog snippet that we have, it shows AS degree, which is a different level, which
No,
would,
that was changed. It's a non-degree. That was addressed.
Correct. So we actually had that as an advertising violation for them, that they were showing an AS program on their website, which was not approved.
Previously.
got it.
Yes,
okay.
that has been removed.
Okay.
Good call to Commissioner Cross. Commissioners, our additional discussion, anyone have questions, or does anyone want to make a motion? Mr. and Ms. Thompson, do you guys have anything additionally that you would like to present or say?
I would like to state that I truly appreciate the time and effort that you are putting into the education and keeping the standards of the state of Florida, and anything that we need to do to comply, we will take care of that right of way, and especially in the era of speed and email and the accountant and all those things, we definitely we're listening and documenting, and wish to be in full compliance as you relate everything to us.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
With the removal of deficiency 7.
Number 7, yes, sir.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Batista. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate the conversation and the clarity.
So the final, what is our next move? I mean, we're in progress at the moment with a class of 3 students. So
This commission has just voted to adopt the executive director's recommendation, except to strike deficiency number 7. So accordingly, sometime within the next few days, a final order will be issued, which will order Excelsior Ultrasound Institute to conduct an orderly closure, and that would include a train out of the current students and a cease and desist from enrolling any new students.
And what is the reason?
So
the reasons are this commission has found by clear and convincing evidence that Excelsior Ultrasound Institute does not meet all of the qualifications for licensure for the reasons stated in the executive director's summary sheet, which has been communicated to you, with the exception of item number 7.
So why couldn't we get time and opportunity to correct those few things that you stated?
You have had time and opportunity to do so.
I mean,
Well, I would like some more time, please. Thank you.
I mean,
And we've
we're
already had a
we're-
motion
Yeah,
and a-
we're 2 professionals standing
And
here.
We've already had a motion and a second and a unanimous vote to accept staff recommendations, which deny you that licensure and order an orderly closure and teach out of your existing students.
But I mean, I even went back to work in the field that I'm teaching as a sonographer at a big institution to follow the criteria and the guidelines of sonography. And I've been doing this for 45 years as a sonologist. Now, I see the need for what I'm doing.
Yes, sir. And the good news is that this order of closure and denial does not prevent you from submitting for licensure at a time in the future when you can do so in a way that's compliant with the rule. It doesn't stop you in the future from pursuing this. It means your existing, there is a denial of the existing licensure and an order of conducting.
So I can resubmit under the same school, under the same name that I'm presently using in order for relicensure, or?
So you can. So what will happen is when you receive your orderly closure, your requirement to do orderly closure, staff will follow along with you to ensure that all the students are protected and that they've been appropriately trained out, whether that's by your institution or another institution. After that time, you are fully capable of submitting a new application, just like you did at the very beginning, where you start your new application and you submit all the documents for your first provisional licensure, and then that application will be considered by this commission once it's deemed complete.
But that is post-orderly closure.
That is post-orderly closure. So between the time that you conduct your orderly closure, you cannot operate your business, but then you can reapply for this license from the Commission for Independent Education.
If I might offer just a couple of words of clarification, you of course may operate your business for the purpose of teaching out or for anything else, even when you're done teaching out, if you need to wind down the business for some other reason, process employee payments, whatever, but only for the purpose of winding down.
So it does prohibit new enrollments during that.
That's correct, absolutely.
So for the present student, I can wind down completing the program with them.
That's correct.
Of course.
That's correct. In fact, you're obliged to.
Yes, you're actually obligated to, because
it's a crime if you don't.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I mean, when you see closure, they said cease and desist or stop what you're doing.
So the orderly closure means obviously a teach out of your existing students who are the reason we're all here, obviously, to make sure that they are served in the way that that they should be. So that would be communicated, and you guys would be providing for us what that teach out information looks like anyway, right?
So let's be clear, it's going to be, you will be ordered to cease and desist any enrollment of new students, as well as any advertising, so that website has to come down as soon as possible, and any soliciting of new students. That needs to end. I also want to offer a word of clarification. Although you will be eligible once the current institution is orderly closed, you will be eligible to apply to start a new school, and you can even start that school under the old name. But one of the variables this commission will consider when taking up that application is the fact that you've previously owned a school whose application for licensure was denied. So that is going to be an adverse. It's not the only variable that this commission will consider, but that will be considered. And so, just if I may, it behooves you to make whatever improvements you need to going forward, if that's the path you want to go down, in order to demonstrate to this commission, if you come back before it, that things have changed for the better.
Well said, Counselor.
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to take a break? As a matter of procedure, we do need a motion to delegate to the chair the ability to review and sign the final orders associated with that. With both of these two hearings. Do we have a motion for that?
So move.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. Counselor, you're doing an excellent job. I'm going to suggest that we take a much-needed 5 to 8 minute break really quickly, if you guys are up for it. Does anyone else want to trudge forward? I think we can unanimously say that a break is required. Let's it's
That motion
what
passes.
is it? It's 11:08. Let's take 10 minutes and we'll be back at 11:16.
Yes, that's, yes.
If you guys wouldn't mind having a seat, I know I said 10 minutes, and that was 10 minutes on island time, so we'll stretch a little farther. Before we go forward, I would like to remind everyone here that, I hope I say this correctly, Counselor, that it's not the purpose of this commission or body to judge individuals. The adherence to compliance is not some objective indictment of a person's ability or morality. And I was told by a really smart guy when I was younger that we should all fail early and often. And those moments don't really define who you are. It's how you respond to them. So I just wanted to say that out loud so that everyone understands that it's an objective adherence to statute, not an indictment on an individual. And I don't want anyone ever to think that these conversations are anything other than that. The next item on our agenda is number 7, degree institutional licensure issues. Institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. We have 3 items on that agenda. We are going to take these individually, and the first is International Institute for Healthcare Professionals, Boca Raton, number 3121. If you are here from that institution, please come forward, introduce yourself. I'm not even using my script. I love it. Do we have anyone on the line? It doesn't appear that we have anyone here. Okay. Well, it appears we have no one on the line, and we have no one here. Commissioners, do you have any discussion on this item? Any public comment on the matter? If there is no discussion or public comment, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and
Second.
seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The staff recommendation is adopted for number 3121. The second item on and within this section is Kepler Space University, Bradenton, number 6133. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. I do love that name.
It's fun, isn't it? We love the university.
I am secretly a little bit of a astronomy nerd. Well, not so secret now, I guess.
It's out. Well, I'm Nate Sushariba. I'm the VP Administration for Kepler Space University.
Thank you for being here. Did you watch all 5 planets a couple of nights ago in the sky, which is such a rare occurrence?
I did see a little bit of that. That was really amazing, and we've got friends that work at SETI and different places that send us cool images all the time.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
Fun.
Commissioners, do you have any discussion or questions? Madam, is there anything you'd like to add or questions that you have for us?
No, just thank you for the opportunity to show you what we've done, and we look forward to our next meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it appears you have some positive momentum. And do you feel it within the business?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, by the time we met with you last time, we had already completely eradicated our liabilities. We also had the opportunity to explain to you that one of the reasons at the end of the year when we close our business year that we have a little bit less money in the account is that we prepay all of our expenses for the following year to ensure that everything is covered, so that regardless of what happens that year.
That's not the only reason you do it, but I like your style. I too like to avoid paying taxes.
So we do prepay all of our expenses to ensure that we have everything covered for the following year. We've also, since we met with you last, almost tripled our enrollment due to pushing out scholarship programs at 50%. So even though we're taking in less revenue per student, we've increased our revenue quite a bit.
Certainly.
Due to more people having access.
Do you guys have, within your, programmatically, who's your competition?
So a lot of the larger universities, Colorado School of Mines, places like that, they have specific programs that might have some of the components we have, but there aren't any schools that are all-inclusive, especially that have a concentration on living and working in space long-term. So we're not just trying to figure out how to get there and how to stay alive, we're trying to figure out how to stay there and thrive while we're there. So that's really, we're really an outlier in that way, and we're the only ones doing that.
How close did Matt Damon get to what it would be like?
I'm not going to comment.
Yeah, hypothetically, it was kind of cool though, right?
Very cool.
Commissioners, do you have any additional discussion or questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations on your progress.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, the third item within this section is Thomas M. Cooley Law School, Riverview number 4552. If you are here, oh, hello, sir. How are you?
Great, thanks.
Thanks for being here.
My pleasure. I'm James McGrath. I'm the president and dean of Cooley Law School.
Awesome. We really appreciate you being here. Makes for a much more lively conversation. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the gentleman or comments? How have things been since the sort of impetus for this discussion was recognized? Tell me about your momentum and how things are going.
Sure. We have failed to meet one of our bond covenants a couple of years back, and we got a forbearance. We had never been, we were out of compliance with the ratio of debt to available assets. We were always current in our payments. And we're getting ready to retire the rest of the bonds during this next semester. We just have an offer on one of our buildings. As you know, COVID slashed the price of many office buildings, and we're selling them as office buildings. So we've had to work really hard in this market to sell them at any price. And so,
yeah, office buildings right now are really taking it on the chin.
Oh, yeah,
yes, sir.
Sometimes it's better to just tear them down. Yeah. Anyway, we're turning that corner, and like I just heard from the Kepler Space, we also have adopted a new scholarship program that nets less money per student, but more revenue because we have more students. So it's very data driven. We're using a consultant, so we feel like we've turned a financial corner.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on that. The bond market is mind-boggling to me, and all of the requirements associated with it. Right, almost seem intangible in a way. I hope your building sells for at least what you had hoped that it would sell for, maybe not what's ideal. Commissioners, do you have any additional discussion or question? Sir, you're aware that the recommendation is for us to accept the financial progress?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fantastic. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I hope it goes well for you, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
The next Section B, application for provisional licensure, has 4 items. This is not the one that has another one insert. There was one that had that. Okay. We are going to take these individually, and the first one is Da Vinci Global University, Miami, number 13040. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello, thanks for being here.
Good morning. I'm honored to be here before the commission. My name is Irano Ruiz.
It's very nice to see you. Sir, are you aware of the staff recommendations as they were written currently?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions or comments about that?
Not really. I'm just very aware of the challenge.
Yes, sir. How do you feel things are going? We often have very trailing data, so I love to hear more current information.
Yes. We come from a idea that is based on university created in Guatemala, but is a separate, independent entity incorporated in the state of Florida as a non-for-profit, and we have been recognized by the IRS. And is independent, but we have the support of the Guatemalan institution.
Thanks for that clarity. I appreciate it. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Counselor, you got anything?
Nothing from me. We're good with the staff recommendation.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement then. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The second item within Section B is Hubbard College of Administration of Tampa Bay, Bel Air, number 132, hi, 200. How are you?
Great. I'm Geraldine Perry, serving as the president of Hubbard College.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah Nagengast, and I am serving as the treasurer. Nice to meet you, and I'm learning a lot.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Nagengast. I'm the board chair of the Hubbard College Administration, Tampa Bay.
Hello, my name is Jonathan LeBou, and I'm the vice president of academic and student affairs.
Well, the gang's all here. Thanks for coming in.
Happy to be here.
The staff recommendation is exceedingly short on this one, and I want to make sure you guys are aware and feel like you understand
Yes, been
everything
working
within
on
that.
it for a long time
Yep.
to get there.
I bet. No, ma'am. Yeah, we do what we can to expedite it as much as possible.
We appreciate that,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
Commissioners, do you have any discussion on the matter or any questions? I have none either. So with that being said, do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendations to grant the provisional license?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? You are provisionally licensed.
Great, thank you.
for being
We're happy
here.
to hear that.
All right, number 3 is International Bridge University, Doral, number 13201. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Fernando Martinez from the university. And I'm with Mark Murray, who's my counselor.
Good to see you, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning. I'm Anieto, consultant.
Thank you guys for being here. It looks like there was one contingency within the staff recommendations. I want to make sure we're all on the same page
Yeah,
with that.
we are.
Okay,
And it's been solved already, but
fair enough. You are 100% online?
absolutely, yes.
All right. Well, we hope that goes well for you. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck with that. Thank you for being here.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4 is Miami International Business University, number 13185.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks
Good
for being here.
morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Would the rest of you like to introduce yourselves?
Yes, of course. So I'm the campus director of Miami International Business University, and I'm here with my staff. So he is the president of the university.
Massimo Gallardo, and pleasure to meet you.
Here we have our academic director,
St. Tarvis Brown.
and we have also our consultant, Laura.
Laura Ricci.
Nice to meet you.
Well, we really appreciate you guys coming. There are a couple of contingencies within staff recommendations that I want to make sure you guys understand. One being a pro forma balance sheet, the other being revision of your projected enrollments.
Yeah.
Where are you with those? Sometimes these things are solved prior to actually coming before the commission.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, they have already submitted the
To our
payment
commissioner.
to the commissioner by the deadline that was January
Sure.
7.
It happens.
So if you want, we have the document here, but
Yeah.
I think.
No. I just wondered
Okay.
what your progress was.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have already
Right.
done everything.
Right. Just because there's a limited window
Yes.
for
Yeah.
those two, that's why I'm asking.
We send all the documents by time.
Outstanding.
Okay.
Commissioners, do you have any discussion? or any questions?
I do, Chair. Just what % of your students will be projected to be outside of the United States?
We think that the most students will be domestic students, so here in the USA, and a small percentage will be international students.
You just have a very aggressive plan, which is great, and I wish you success. It's a really well thought out budget and plan, but it is pretty aggressive. So I'm just curious to know if you had a pipeline of students from somewhere.
No, we think that we are going to have also Italian students because we come from Italy. But of course, we concentrate mostly in here in the USA, of course, for the students, domestic students.
Okay, thank you.
Are you worried about the acquisition cost of those enrollments? And
I'm just curious. It's an aggressive plan first year, so I'm just curious if there's a pipeline already built in or not.
yeah, one of the things Commissioner Cross always points out is how expensive optimism can be.
Yeah, we are aware that it's quite hard and that the recruiting lead and the cost per lead is very high, also with digital marketing activity here in the United States. But we are starting with a small number of students and then trying to make the institution growth in a year by year.
Right.
The cost for budgeted for marketing is like well done. It's really well done.
Thank you.
I think they're anticipating the expense. It's just a lot of students, so
sure,
it's great. I'm just curious if there's some sort of pipeline or employer relationships. I'm just curious.
Okay.
Commissioners, any additional discussion? With that being said, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You guys are provisionally licensed. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda, C, application for annual license. We only have one? Right. Yes, we only have one to be taken individually, and that is Sharon Nursing Academy, Jacksonville, number 11425. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Okay. Do we have anybody online? So no one's here despite having 8 contingencies. Director, please tell us about your revised recommendation. We're very excited to hear it.
Sure. So what you see in front of you is the original staff recommendations. The Sharon Nursing Academy has submitted several of those documents, so staff recommendations have been revised at this time. Our revised recommendation is to grant the extension of the provisional license through November 30th, 2025 upon the following contingencies being met. 1, submission of a statement indicating the number of students that have enrolled, been placed, or graduated to date. 2, successful completion of their criminal justice information investigation pursuant to Section 1005.38 Florida statutes for each owner in a privately held corporation or limited liability partnership, director and administrator of the institution in a management or supervisory position. The executive director shall issue the provisional license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. All contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerk's order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof, no later than 120 days prior to November 30th, 2025.
Are we in possession of any updated financials beyond September of 23? I'm asking because of the negative operating income and net income, and wondering if that has gotten better or worse since then. That may be clarified by the principal information that we're requesting, right?
It is, and that's one of the reasons for the extension of the provisional license. It gives them one more year to stay on this provisional licensure, and then they will they will have to apply for an annual licensure for that November 30th, 2025 meeting. And then the commission will have another additional application with additional financials in front of it for review and determination.
But the recommendation to deny stands as revised based on what you just said.
So the denial is now no longer a staff recommendation. We are recommending grant their extension.
I got you. Okay. Okay. Well, if there's no one here for that, do we have any further discussion? Commissioners, you have questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the revised recommendations as noted by the director?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Section D is application for extension of annual license. It appears we only have one there as well, which is Ross University School of Medicine, Miramar, number 2644. Hey, Bob.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and commission members.
Thanks for being here. Anybody with you?
Nope, they are, most staff's up in Chicago and then down in Miramar, and they asked me to come and be the sacrificial lamb.
Fair enough. You're aware of the recommendation with the one contingency?
I am, right.
And you have any questions or comments on that? Are we all on the same page?
No, it's pretty normal, and again, this is the world's largest foreign medical school, and you do a great job. It's just outstanding.
Sure. Commissioners, any discussion or comments for the counselor? Is it really the world's largest?
They are. They produce several hundred doctors coming to the U.S. every year. It's a phenomenal thing. They've been doing this for many, many years.
Well, hearing no additional discussion, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion carries. Thanks for being here, Counselor.
Okay, thank you.
Section E, application for annual renewal. There are 20 items. Do I have a motion to accept these items by 20 plus 1. This is the one that had the plus. Thank you. So there are 21 items. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'll now ask the commissioners individually if they have any they would like to pull. Commissioner Stefano?
Could you come back to me in a moment?
Sure thing. Commissioner Marty?
None at this point.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Caballero? Commissioner Batista?
None.
Director?
I just have one correction. I do not need to pull the school, but I would like to make a correction to a typographical error on number 3, and that is our American University of Antigua College of Medicine. The staff recommendation was to grant the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through January 31st of 2024. We are clearly well beyond that date. It should say January 31st of 2026, so just a correction to that.
Fair enough. Okay. We have no pulls by staff or commissioners. Then do I have a motion to accept items number 1 through 21 staff recommendations? That should stand, right? Oh, I'm sorry.
We're good.
I didn't hear the motion for it. Sorry. So we have a motion and need a second to take these 21 by consent?
Second.
Second. Yeah.
So now we have a second. Thank you. Do you have something additional before?
I'm just going to state for the record, sorry, one more second. I just want to state for the record, number 21 is Sailor Academy.
Because it wasn't in the original
Correct,
document?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Number 21.
Number 21, which is also being considered by consent, is Sailor Academy.
Thank you for that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries for Section E, application for annual renewal. Give us just a second, please, while we catch up paperwork here. Next section is application for license by means of accreditation, within which there are none. So we could move to section G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 10, unless staff has any additional. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any among these 10 that you would like to pull. I won't start with you, Commissioner Stefano, since I always do. We'll start. Commissioner Batista, do you have any you would like to pull from this list?
None.
Commissioner Caballero, anything you'd like to discuss? Any to pulls?
No.
Commissioner Cross?
No.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
Director?
None.
All right. Look at us. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for annual review by license and meeting accreditation for items 1 through 10?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. You guys don't want to stick around and hang out with us? See, we approve everything by consent. People, they leave. Am I going to have to take these individually just to get you guys to stay? Don't test me. All right. Let's go to section H, shall we? Application for program approvals and modifications. Apologies. Jeez. There it is. There are 5. Are you okay with taking these all by consent still? Okay. Do I have a motion to accept this section by consent?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any from among these 5 that they would like to pull. Commissioner Batista, any you'd like to discuss and pull, sir?
No, sir.
Commissioner Caballero? No. Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
Nope.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time?
I have none. Director?
None.
Okay, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for application for program approvals and modifications, items 1 through 5?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Asking for public comment? Sorry. Let me back up, as the director pointed out that I skipped the part where I asked if there was public comment on the matter. Off script. That's why you write me a script, isn't it? I'm just riffing. I got too much momentum up. Is there any public comment on items 1 through 5 in section H? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 5 in section H?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. Section I, motion for extension of provisional licensure for 1 year. It looks as if we have one item that we'll obviously take individually. The Gladstone College of Nursing, Davie, number 10269. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
I'm Dr. Anthony Obazi, Gladstone College of Nursing.
Hi, I'm Karen Lewis, Director of Nursing.
Hi, thank you for being here. Are you guys in possession of and aware of all of the contingencies within staff recommendations? It looks like there are 6.
Yes.
Do you have any questions or comments on those contingencies or the timeline associated with it?
For number 5, the student disclosure, in 2023, the school wasn't operating. It didn't have any students at that point.
To satisfy that contingency, you can submit that explanation to staff.
Okay, all right, great.
Do the remainder of those 5 make sense to you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Am I supposed to be having public comment each time, and I've been skipping it? Do we have any public comment on this matter? Oh. Yeah, sure.
Can you kind of give us an update on your clinical situation? I know you were looking for clinical agreements, and which of the competency areas you are still missing at this point?
Yes, we are still missing the community health, and I'm still missing med-surg, which are pending with a hospital, local hospital in our area, and are still searching for some community.
Do you have concerns about the timeline associated with that and the deadline for meeting these contingencies?
No, we're just pushing that we'll have it in time for their clinicals.
Should we talk about what happens if that didn't happen?
I can. So in order to grant the extension of this provisional license and to actually receive a provisional license, you are going to have to satisfy all of those contingencies by the date that is listed in your clerk's order. If those are not done, then you will have a failure to comply with the clerk's order, and then you will be back in front of us for a denial of your license.
Okay, and that's by September 30th.
No, you have 90 days from the date of the clerk's order to comply with these contingencies.
So it's no later than 120 days prior to September 30th.
That is their application. So to be very clear, your contingencies are that they must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerk's order. So as soon as you receive it, once we sign it and it is sent to
gotcha.
you, you have 90 days from that clerk's order to satisfy the contingencies.
Perfect.
The
I got it.
120 days is for your next application. So you must submit that 120 days prior to September 30th of 2025.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And that's coming up quick because that's just
Yes.
the end of May, right?
We do have pending. They're just not like signed, but they're pending.
Okay.
It's like,
Right. So 90 days from the date of the order as a result of this conversation it's a tight window if you don't feel like you have positive momentum on the clinically related questions the director gave you.
I understand.
I just want to make sure you guys know and prioritize accordingly.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Clear.
Chair, I'd like to make a comment on that. I know just from experience, clinicals are very difficult to secure. There's a lot of competition to get the clinical sites, so I agree with the comments that the commissioners are making, that you would, and the executive director, that you have to make it a priority.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Commissioner. Yeah, that's super tight. There's a lot of competition out there for those right now. I think everybody's vying for it.
Yep, I understand.
Yeah, and also I'm working with Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta, and that should be signed at least by May of this year.
Yeah, the May is too.
Yes.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said I'm working with Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta,
Okay.
and the contract should be signed at least by May of
Okay.
this year. Yeah.
It'll be tied on the 90 days from the clerk's order,
I get it.
right? Because that would be, when would that go out? Let's just give it a range so we're all on the same page.
So say the first week of February.
So you got February, March, and April, so May 1st is probably about the outside
Correct.
of that, right?
Yes.
You guys understand that?
I think, yeah, we get it done. We get it done.
Those clerk orders might go out the second or third week of February. I mean, make that clear.
Well, the longer it takes those clerk orders to go out, the longer your 90-day stretch is on the other side. I'm just saying,
We understand.
you know, let's look at what would be not surprising to you if they did, right? That's why I'm saying in early May there.
And just a note for you, you may have to have Georgia's Board of Nursing approval to have clinical
Okay.
sites in there, so please check on that before you
Okay.
go through this whole process.
Okay. I
Because
will.
we will also check to ensure that you have the appropriate states'
Okay.
approval to have clinicals in their site.
Okay.
or in their state, I'm sorry. And then with your students, are these in-person students?
Online.
Online. When do they come to your campus?
They do.
When do they come to your
They
campus?
come to do their lab.
Okay, labs only?
Yes.
And when do you have labs at your?
After their semester's over, after every term.
After each term?
Yes.
Do you put your dates that these students must come to your labs in your catalog, or is that something you send to them based on their kind of, I guess, their progress?
Yes, correct. Based
So
on
you,
their progress.
so you send it to them based on their progress of
Yes.
when they need to come in?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to ask Commissioner Cross and Batista, if, let's say hypothetically, they do need Georgia Board of Nursing approval on that, I bet that takes more than a smile on the timeline that we're talking about here. And I don't want to overstress it. It's just, this is a really tight window to do something out of state if they do indeed require that. And I don't know that they do, but I mean, would you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a timeline involved with any kind of state agency. I don't have knowledge
Yeah.
of Georgia.
Commissioner Batista, do you know anything about the Georgia Board of Nursing, if indeed they are required?
Not directly, but I would recommend that there's an inquiry to the Florida's Board of Nursing and whether or not what the mechanism to accept those clinicals, if those nurses are going to apply to be licensed in the state of Florida, if that's what you're doing. So you would have to, you may want to inquire with the Florida Board of Nursing.
You mean on whether the Florida Board of Nursing would accept the out-of-state clinical? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and also where they're going to license nurses. So obviously when, nurses complete the program and then they can sit for the NCLEX exam, are they sitting in the state of Florida or are they sitting in the state of Georgia? And then what does the Board of Nursing in Florida accept in terms of clinicals? So.
Yeah, it's an added level of complexity that certainly doesn't help the timeline.
Well, might I add that as far as out-of-state regulatory agency goes, the relevant agency to consider might not be the Georgia Board of Nursing. It might be whatever Georgia's counterpart is to CIE.
Good point.
And they move fast, that counterpart. They have systems in place where it's a...
Really?
Yes.
See, I'm from Georgia. I'm proud to hear that.
And so it also might behoove you if neither Georgia's Board of Nursing nor whatever their agency is that regulates independent education, if neither of those do require licensure for the programs, if you could get something in writing to that effect, that might be helpful. Sure.
Okay.
Like an email.
In April of last year, I did ask Ms. Dickinson if we were allowed to have any affiliation agreements out of state since most of our students do reside in Georgia, and she did reply as we were able to.
You are allowed to, so long as those are being operated in a manner consistent with both Georgia law and Florida law.
Got it. Okay. I'll make sure to follow up on that.
Can I ask the affiliation with Georgia and how this complexity arrived? Like you said, most of your students are from Georgia, but yet we're here. So I'm just trying to understand your business model and how those two things are tied together. Right.
Yeah,
'Cause
we just have-
Davy's way down there, right? Georgia's
We
way
just
up
have
there.
students from everywhere. We can recruit from every state.
I just heard her say most of your students are from Georgia. That's why I'm asking.
Right. We have a few from Jersey, a few from Chicago.
Few from North Carolina, South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just be thinking, too, when you're doing this, we are going to require an explanation of you. If they're outside of the 50 miles of your location, how the students are going to get there. Are you helping transport students here? Are you paying for their lodging? Just all of the logistics required, because if that is one of your competencies, required competencies, then those students are going to have to go to that Georgia clinical site. So the accommodations surrounding that.
Okay. You guys feel confident? It's a lot.
A lot.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for 10269?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Section J is motion for extension of license. It appears we have 6. You still have 3. Oh, goodness. Do I have a motion to accept Section J 1 through 6 by consent?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'll now ask the commissioners if you have any you would like to pull from those 6 items. Commissioner Stefano. I'll come back to you. Commissioner Marty.
Number 3.
Number 3 it is. Commissioner Cross.
None other than 3.
Commissioner Caballero.
None other.
Commissioner Batista, any you'd like to pull?
Number 3.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Stefano, anything other than number 3?
None additional.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation, Section J, items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We will go to number 3, which is McDougall Technical Institute, Pompano Beach, number 6403. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. It appears we have nobody in person. Do we have anybody digitally? Online? Director?
So on January 27th of 2025, which is this past Monday, we did receive an email from the institution that stated that they provided a formal letter regarding their final decision to proceed with the orderly closure of campuses number 6403 and number 4433. While they had previously requested to rescind those closures, they've decided to move forward with the process effective immediately, and they requested that the agenda item for the extension of license for this campus, 6403, be removed from the January agenda as it is no longer relevant. While staff recommendations were to find that they failed to meet the conditions of the June 27, 2024 order due to the letter that was received by the commission, it may be more beneficial for the commissioners to vote to accept the letter from the institution of their final notification of orderly closure of campuses number 6403 and number 4433.
Might I suggest some language that a motion be taken to take notice of the aforementioned letter and accordingly to order the institution to conduct an orderly closure consistent with the requirements of Florida law, as well as to cease and desist all advertising, enrollment of new students, solicitation of the same, and advertisement.
Well said. So then we would be seeking a motion
What I just said.
of the recommendations of council and not of staff recommendations as noted in your book.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay. Do I, since I'm sure confident you will be able to regurgitate that at a later time, do I have a motion to accept council's recommendations and not the recommendations originally provided by staff?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for that, Counselor. That moves us to Section K. There are only 2 items. And do I have a motion to consider both of these items by consent?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Commissioner Stefano, would you like to pull either of these 2 items for discussion?
None at this time.
Commissioner Marty? Commissioner Cross?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
Nope.
Commissioner Batista?
None.
Okay. I have none either, Director.
None.
You're okay with both of these. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for items 1 and 2 within Section K, motion to request of extension of time to comply with contingencies?
So moved.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries. The next item on the agenda is L, substantive change approval. There are 8 and 2 write-ins for a total of 10, if that still is correct.
That is correct.
Proud of myself. We know which ones you want to pull, but we're still going to go for consent first and then ask what we want to pull, right? Yeah. So do I have a motion to accept Section L by consent?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Let's go through and decide what we are pulling. I know that the director has some, but yeah, why don't you go ahead and say yours because it's a lot.
So I would like to pull number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the day. Okay, Commissioner Stefano, do you have any additional?
None additional. Those are perfect.
Commissioner Marty?
Oh, the 3 to 8.
Commissioner Cross?
No additional.
Commissioner Caballero?
No addition.
Commissioner Batista?
No additions.
I think that's what she's about to do.
I am. So for the record, I am going to name the schools for number 9 and 10. Give me 1 second. So number 9 is Hope College of Arts and Sciences, number 4548, and number 10 is Pulse Radiology Institute, number 7806.
Those were the 2 write-ins, right?
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. Then that means we would be seeking a motion to accept items 1, 2, 9, and 10 by staff recommendations by consent.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff, any public comment? I need that on a sticky note, right? What's that? I know I should have taken that first. Sorry. Hearing no further discussion, staff recommendations for numbers 1, 2, 9, and 10 are adopted. Let's begin with item number 3 of the ones that were pulled. That would be Bridgeway School of Nursing, Castleberry, number 6473. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Anybody here from Bridgeway? Oh, hi. I didn't see you there.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Charmaine Watson. I am Executive Director at Bridgeway School of Nursing.
My name is Marisha Tucker McFadden, and I am the Director of Operations at Bridgeway.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Director, these were part of your original poll, if you'd like to take the floor.
Sure. So staff is recommending that we grant their annual license for their procedural purposes only, finding that a sub-change in financial soundness has occurred and issuing a provisional license through January 31st, 2026, based upon your negative working capital and the net loss reported on the institution's December 31st, 2023 financial statements. Order this institution to file progress reports with the Commission for the May 2025 and the September 2025 Commission meetings. Those reports should include an update on the outcome of implementing your strategies to increase the increase your NCLEX pass rates, which are also contained in your remediation plan. And then order the institution to file progress reports with the Commission for the May 2025 and September 2025 Commission meetings. Those reports shall include updated financial statements to show the effectiveness of the plan per Rule 60-2.0046.
Okay.
You guys were likely provided that staff recommendation prior to today. Were you able to review it and
Yes.
understand it?
Yes.
Great. Can we, all the information we have trails, obviously, because of the nature of the timing of all of this. Can you kind of give us an update on where things are? Because our data is probably a year behind on what I'm looking at.
Right, exactly. So I just wanted to let you know that we run our financial statement for 2024, and it's nothing like 2023. What happened, 2023, we moved, and there was a lot of remodeling that took place, so we spent a lot of money out. Plus, we started accreditation at that time as well, so we did a lot of new hire, and so that kind of put some stuff in. But if they read what our accountant put in his note there, it did explain a couple of things that was going on at that time. But in 2024, we got back stable, got new students, and I ran the report yesterday with he gave me a statement that shows that we are definitely was not in the negative for 2024, and I brought copies of that with me. And also, we started our early auditing process right now. We're going through that just to show that we are not in a negative for 2024.
Just so make sure I'm understanding. So you rent your space, right?
Yeah, we did. We rent the space. In 2023, we rented from a doctor, and she wanted us to expand our practice. So we had to move. And so, but in moving, we had to remodel back because we did some remodeling to get into the space. And the agreement was that if we should move, we would put back the space and rebuild the walls and so forth when we leave. And that's what we did.
So just make sure I'm understanding. So if you spend money to improve a space, right, it counts as leasehold improvements and not necessarily an expense in the traditional sense of the word because you're capitalizing that cost. It wouldn't cause your financials to go into the negative if ran based on general accounting practices. It means that you lost money for other reasons.
Right,
And it would change your cash position. I get it, right? It'd be still money,
cash,
and
yeah.
money still going out the door, but
Right.
it wouldn't be reflected as part of your net loss here. And I'm wondering what other variables may have contributed to that.
So, and everything is a little bit complicated because it's a school. We weren't accredited at that time as well, so we had a lot of students that didn't have money. I remember last year or the year before when you just started or so, we kind of explained that we were in the approval process and that we started accreditation and a lot of the students were not paying. Well, we finally got banks to start working with us because we just got through ABS. And even the banks to work with you, they did not want to work with approved schools until you're accredited. So we got no findings. We sent that into the bank, and they just approve us. And so they even took some of the students that are our graduates that did not pay us, and they just approve all of that. And we have a list as well to show that there are additional payments that will be coming in for those students that owe us.
That's a receivable for you now. So
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Are you lying awake at night worrying about paying bills? I mean, it's a fair question because it kind of speaks to the momentum that you're in and whether you feel like, things are going to be okay intuitively. I know that sounds subjective.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
Well, one of the biggest thing is that when we got approved by the banks and they told us that even our graduates can go ahead and apply for the loans as well. And I think when I got the evidence base of the graduates actually did apply and got approved. So we said, oh, wow, I think we're in a
Can I ask who your banking partner is for that? That's kind of innovative.
So we have two companies. They're called.
So the main one that we've started working with is called Maratas, and they are a loan platform, but they work specifically with one bank here in Florida because they have a couple of other schools that they work with, and they work with one bank specifically where they've worked out the contract so the student shows their credit worthiness with the bank themselves.
So they're the underwriter and you're just passing it through a Florida-based
exactly.
bank. Can I ask who the Florida bank is?
Gulf, I think it's Gulf Bank.
Okay.
Gulf Atlantic. Yep, that was it.
Something of
Gulf
that kind,
Atlantic Bank, I think.
And then we have Ascent or Accent or
Ascent
Ascent
that we're working with as well.
are you guys getting pennies on those dollars, or are they actually underwriting the full amount?
They're underwriting the full, well, they break it into smaller loans. So instead of being one large loan for the entire program, they break it into smaller loans for like 1 year at a time. But we're getting the full amount, or that's what it's supposed to be. We've just started working with them.
Allegedly, right?
Yeah, allegedly. We're going to see the entire thing as it plays out. But the way the contract is set up so far is that we're supposed to be seeing the entirety of the money.
Yeah, and also because we were going under accreditation, we wanted to just streamline and be focused on one program at a time. So since we just got accredited for the RN program, now we're going to, in a couple of months, start taking students back into the LPN program as well. So we look forward to growing.
All right.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Well, you have satisfied my curiosity about how your grasp of the situation and the positive momentum you have. Thank you for that and for being prepared. That's an interesting way, especially with graduates being able to apply. I'll have to look into it. Did you say it was Maratas? M-A-R-A-T-A-S?
M-E-R.
M-E-R.
A-T-A-S.
Okay. Commissioners, do you guys have additional discussion or questions?
I do.
Mr. Chair.
Chair, you mentioned accreditation. Who is your accrediting body?
Who's talking?
This is Commissioner Batista. He's not facing you. Okay. I wish we could turn the monitor to face you and you could see him. He's right here.
Okay, sorry. Please, could you please
He was asking
restate?
who's your accrediting body.
ABS, and then we just got a
We're beginning
eligibility
the
for-
process for ASIN as well. So
Yes.
we've received a report of no findings for ABHES, and we're waiting on the official documentation for that, which should be, they had their commission meeting like 2 weeks ago. So we're just waiting on the official documentation for that. And then we've just started the process for ASIN.
Yes, ASIN just accepted us, so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How many students do you have right now?
I want to say we're at like 12. We just had a graduating class, so a couple of students have left, but we're at about 12.
And I just have one additional question about your NCLEX pass rates.
Yes.
So it looked like you have to have a plan to increase them. Because of that, are you on probation by the school, the Board of Nursing?
Yeah, we're not on probation.
Okay.
We have to meet with them. There are some discrepancy. One of the students that they said that they test underneath us. We are in communication, but I do meet with them next week. One of the things, though, that we discover, because I call it the small schools lock monster, is the amount of students that you send to the board reflects your pass rate a lot if one or two fail. So we were trying to figure out how on earth can we kind of get through. It's a system that is set up, and I don't have the power or the position to kind of change that. So, and if our students are actually taking the same exit exams, which is SE or ATI, as the larger schools, and they're passing, what is actually the problem? Why would they go and fail? So there are a couple of factors that I found. One of the factors is that students who wait like a year and a half to go and take their NCLEX board is no good, because no one is ready after that. So it's one of the biggest problem that they have. Board of Nursing don't really control that much unless they take it three times. So we have put a plan in place for that, and one of the plans, that's why we need our catalog to be updated. We think it's going to work. We went around to a lot of schools, even out of states, trying to figure out what is there. So there's a key little thing that was there that we don't have that I'm going to implement. The students have to go through like an NCLEX process. If you go through the last class and you miss your list to be sent to the state, if the student missed that list, they have to go through another NCLEX process, which is NCLEX getting ready review before their names are sent again, because it means that the student is they're going to wait. If their application is not done, they just go live life, and it put the school at risk. So we're trying to help students to pass the first time, and we're trying to keep the school. So we got to find a middle that everybody meets. The middle is making sure that you are ready for your NCLEX. So we have to implement a NCLEX readiness plan. So if you miss, for whatever reason, meaning you're not passing your review class or your exit exam there, then you need to do that NCLEX readiness process again, which only takes a couple of weeks. But at
So
least we're making sure.
It's kind of a timing
Yeah, it is
issue.
definitely a timing, because if you have two students that are scoring 900 on the HESI at two different schools, and one is waiting an entire year, like one of the students, I was just shocked. I didn't even know they went and test. I gave them 2 free reviews, and then they still didn't go back until like 8 months later. And I was like, well, you know what? I can't run everything. The system is set up everything. So I must find what is in my power and how I could strategize to help them. And other incentives, we have some other things in mind as well. But that's one of the things. Application list is a big deal, and NCLEX readiness.
So I'm going to commiserate with you a little bit, and let's just talk through, because I want everybody to succeed, obviously, especially your students. A commitment to a career is different than a commitment to training.
Yeah.
And I train commercial drivers, for instance.
Yeah, I remember.
And what we find is that there are a percentage of people who just think it's cool. And
Right.
they'd like to get the license. They don't
Yeah.
necessarily want to drive, commercial vehicle of any sort. And we put systems in place where we brought potential employers in front of folks early, because if there is a tangible job waiting for them and someone says, please take this test and pass, because we want to hire you, people are more committed to the program and to the passing on their first attempt at the test. So I don't know if you're working with employers, but waiting a year before they take the test means the person wasn't probably committed to the career.
Right.
You know what I mean? And didn't necessarily want, and you don't really have a stick. You only have the carrot.
Yes,
right?
I did. Yeah, that absolutely. So we do try to do that with them. Unfortunately, I did call up 1 or 2 of the student, and the 2 student is really only 2 that did this.
Yes, lower volume skews all percentages.
Yeah.
Of course,
So
yes.
I called up and I investigate, because I'm like that. I'm like a helicopter mom over my students, but I just wanted was to find out what was your problem. You're working in a hospital.
Did you say it like that? Did you say, what was your problem?
No, just really just saying, what happened? Did you leave the
I'm
planet
kidding.
and come back?
Yeah.
And they, unfortunately, one person really, when you have 2 or 3 loved ones that passed away at the
goodness.
same
I'm sorry to
time
hear
within a
that.
couple of months, it's kind of stretched that. But you know what I said? If you're going to do that, at least come to me.
Mhm.
I want to help you.
Right.
And I can't stress that enough, because this is what I do. I am not in here I wish I was making, but I'm just there because I love to see new nurses.
That's obvious.
So I called them up, and I gave up my Sunday to do 8 hours with these students, free review. But the communication, it's the communication. Just communicate with me.
Right.
Tell me what's going on in your life. And so I realized this. Not everybody loved me the way I love them. So I gotta.
God,
have
put that on
got
a
to
T-shirt, man.
Yeah,
You know?
I have really got to put a process. I got to save something. I was like, if I want to be here, I've got to strategize. I can't depend 100% on the student.
Yeah.
But if the system is in place, at least we have some communication. Because guess what? When they call, when their name is not at the board.
Yeah. I don't think anybody on this body doubts your conviction. That's plainly obvious, and certainly satisfied my questions about it. It sounds like you've got your arms wrapped around what has to be done and probably already implementing those. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions? Is there any public comment on the matter? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6473?
What is that?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So are we going on, I'm sorry.
It's based on the issuance of the provisional licensure for granting your annual license for procedural purposes.
I have a question.
Sure.
So are we going on probation?
No, so we're recommending that they grant your annual license for procedural purposes only, and then they're going to find that a sub change has occurred due to your financial status, both that negative net income and the negative working capital. So you'll go to a provisional status, and that provisional status will be through January 31st of 2026, and then you'll apply for your next annual, and dependent on your application, that will be determining how your next meeting goes.
Yeah, it doesn't affect your ability to operate, only that you don't add additional programs while you bring things where it needs to be to not be on provisional status. But it sounds like you have your arms wrapped around that pretty well, so it's not going to affect your current operations.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And the catalog that we submitted is accepted as is?
Will it affect our accreditations?
I don't have any contingencies on staff recommendations currently.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Great.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
And then
Yeah,
just
you should.
make sure you read the clerked order, because you will have progress reports. So we will ask you to send progress reports to the
Okay.
commission, and that will be all outlined in your clerked order. And if you have any questions about what happens when you're on a provisional status and what you can and cannot do, please reach out to your program specialist. It's all spelled out in rule, but we will be happy to go over that with you.
Okay, thank you.
And also by 6 months from now, when we do another in-person meeting, we'll have updated financials from you,
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
because all of this trails, right? This is,
Absolutely.
it's hard to get a picture, right?
Yeah.
And at that point in time, obviously, the things that we've been discussing will be represented within your financials.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good day, everybody.
Yeah, I was just, we're going to finish the vote because I don't know that we got it right over,
Oh.
but no, you can go wherever you like. I think we're good. I just
we'll
want to
stay
make
here.
sure. We had a motion to accept staff recommendations, or do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6473?
I move.
Moved.
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ladies.
All right. Did everybody answer?
If you guys don't mind, since we have items 4 through 8 within this section remaining, I would like to take a very quick break. It's 12:34, maybe come back at 12:45? Or do you want to take a lunch?
No. We can go through the next ones.
Yeah, let's go 12:45. We'll eat later. Thank you. I apologize for the delay, guys. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, Commissioner Batista, I know you're probably sitting there wondering what's going on. In my defense, Miss Hood brought golden Oreos. And since I love them and that distracted me, it is her fault. So we are going to pick up with number 4 within section L, which is East West College of Natural Medicine, Sarasota, number 2567. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Thanks
Good
for coming.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Dr. Fallaka. I'm the Vice President of East West College of Natural Medicine in Sarasota.
Sir, I know you've probably been, or you have been provided the staff recommendation and you've had opportunity to review them. You're aware of those recommendations and where the current issue we're talking about stands? Have you reviewed the staff recommendation?
Yes. Usually my academic dean show up, but by chance he got, his son was sick, he didn't show up. So he told me, yes, he briefed me.
Well, good. I'm glad he was able to brief you for that. The staff recommendation is to grant that annual license for procedural purposes, but do find that a substantive change has occurred. And that's based on the institution's continued probation with your accrediting commission of career schools and colleges. Do you have questions or comments about that?
Yes. We have 2 accreditation, ACCSC and ACAM.
Mm-hmm.
So really, ACSC take away our accreditation without, I can say they did, but finally we went to Washington, D.C. for hearing panel. So the panel unanimously revoked the withdrawal of accreditation, and they put us on probation. So we had a site visit from ACCSC. We did submit a lot of documents, so we are waiting for February, which commission will decide us whether we're going to stay in probation or they're going to take out probation. Most probably, we fulfilled their requirement. So this, why we were in this situation is because of sabotage of some schools next door to us, a new school. So now in management, the student faculty relationship is good, the integrity is good. So I think we are hoping to get out of probation in this February. So our lawyer is advising us that he has a hope. ECAM also, we had a site visit on last December, so we submitted everything. They're gonna have a February commission meeting, then that ECAM is no finding, but it's every 5 years we have to do program accreditation.
Director, correct me if I'm wrong, but what he's saying is consistent with your understanding of the situation and of the staff recommendation.
That is correct. He did accurately state what is presented before us for the ACCSC. They did originally withdraw his accreditation. Then they vacated the withdrawal of the accreditation, but they placed the institution on probation with a subsequent review scheduled for the February 2025 meeting.
Fair enough. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments on this? It sounds like we have parity. Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for school number 2567?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Number 5 on the agenda is Mercy Hospital College of Nursing, a program of Plantation General Hospital, Miami number 3857. Hello.
Good
How are you guys?
afternoon. Good, thank you.
It's good to see you again.
I'm glad you think so.
Well, you offer great advice, and you're
Stop.
You listen, and that's really what it's all about, right?
Absolutely. Well, it takes a village, and we're all here to lift each other up.
Mm-hmm.
How are things?
They're on the up and up. They're getting better. We still both have HCA Florida Mercy Hospital College of Nursing, and we also still have HCA Florida Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing. We did send the paperwork in, and I'm not sure where that went to change the name of Mercy Hospital, a campus of Plantation General Hospital, to simply like its sister school located inside the hospital. Literally, you go inside the hospital, and we are in 7 different areas of the hospital.
Okay.
That's just part of how it works with hospital-based schools. So I think the more burning issue, if I'm on target, if not, please feel free to redirect. It's the license pass rate, which is something that we know have been needing to look at. Let me give you the good news, which I probably should wait till tomorrow. The School of Practical Nursing, HCA Florida, Mercy Hospital, School of Practical Nursing, did meet what it needed to as of this year. So we got notice from the Florida Board of Nursing that Ms. Hernandez is going to be attending early next month, actually.
Next week, yeah.
Next week. And so she is going to do what she can to lift that out of Mercy Hospital School of HCA Florida, our corporate, Florida Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing. So and she and I have been going over this, like, how do we tell? We did very well. It does mention somewhere in some way in the stipulations and criteria that if you show significant increase on the second year, I know 2 years is the max, but if you show significant increase on the second year, it is possible to be granted a third year to continue. We did actually quite well. The college, getting back to college, we had, I think, a total of. I'm going to let her finish up.
We had, sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
don't know if you can hear me. We had 12 test takers in 2024. 11 of those graduated in 2024. With those 11, we had a passage rate of about 81%. And the national average was at 90%. So we were within the 10%.
Right.
What we discovered was that we had a student that graduated in 2015.
2015.
Took it for the first time in December. So we're at 75%.
And you didn't know that was coming back through, right?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I'm assuming you guys heard the conversation
Oh,
earlier
yeah.
about
She
someone's
said 1
commitment
year,
to a
and we
career.
just
and
laughed it off.
Yeah.
We beat you. We're at 7 years.
Yeah, it is a little mind-boggling. I don't remember what happened yesterday. 2015 is.
Yeah, we were stunned. So our dean is going to be present at the Board of Nursing next week. We've requested an extension of our probation 1 more year. We're confident that we'll be able to do it again. And that's where we're at with our passage rate.
Well, we know that you guys are well-resourced and obviously qualified, right? And It sounds like a joke to say it, and I don't mean to be flippant about it, but you know, those single students are less impactful when you have 50,
Exactly.
right?
True.
So it sounds like your challenge wasn't a student from 2015. You just need 30 more enrollments, right? Or
From your
some,
lips to God's
you know, the
ears.
statistical thing there is always a challenge when you're talking about 12,
Our
10.
enrollment has grown. We're at 30 students right now in the
Oh, good for you.
college.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I was going to
it
ask that question of what your enrollments
compared
are
to
now.
last year, we're
Yeah.
So all things were looking wonderful, and then I said, "What? He took it? And when did he graduate?" I couldn't believe it. I was like, "You do understand?" That's when you have to really calm down, do meditation exercises and that type of thing, instead of going to his house and threatening his family. No, okay.
Yeah. Well,
Please
it's
strike that
crazy
from
what the
record.
second and third order consequences of those kind of things are, particularly when you've got Board of Nursing and us on different schedules and the timing of enrollments relative to when they took their test. We know it's nuanced, and that's why we always try to spend time understanding what's really happening and if it's a systemic issue or if it's a timing anomaly, right?
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
Do you have anything to add? You look like you do.
Just one quick question about your name change request. Can you please resubmit that? I don't see it in our system right now, so
Sure.
I would appreciate it if you could
Okay.
send that request back. Thank you.
Absolutely, and it was purely just so that it's in line with it and it looks better, you know. Yeah.
And you can send it straight to your program specialist, and you can copy myself on it.
Okay,
And we'll
Tiffany,
take a look
thank
at
you.
it.
All right, we'll do. We'll
Thank
do
you.
that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, the only other contingency on that staff recommendation was related to financial soundness, and we understand how you guys divide that up, obviously, but I want to bring up the fact that there's always a sunk cost fallacy going on with some folks, regardless of how well resourced you may be, and sometimes because you are so well resourced, where people decide to stop fishing and cut bait, right? So don't take that personally as that contingency, obviously, because
No, it's okay.
what you guys are attempting to do is provide a pipeline and a bench for your parent, obviously.
Absolutely.
Right, and it's less about the profitability of that entity, and we get that. But at some point, the powers that be will want to see that it's not costing them more than it's gaining them.
Absolutely. And we apologize for that. Unfortunately, and you'll hear us tomorrow, we were able to get that. And here's the other thing about us. I don't know what it is with the luck that we've been having in the last year and a half or so, but but was able to complete that piece for the School of Practical Nursing that you'll hear about tomorrow. But he had a heart attack and had to go into the hospital the day after he submitted that piece, and that's where he's at now.
On the college,
Well, I hope he's okay.
No, he is.
He's okay.
Yeah. There's someone else working on it right
And
now. So
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
We'll get that
Yeah.
to you.
And we'll get it to you.
Well, thank you for coming. It makes it much more clear and easier to make motions and support. Do you have anything additionally? No, we're good. Do you have a motion to then accept staff recommendations for number 3857?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We'll
so
see
much,
you tomorrow.
Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Number 6 is Southeastern College, West Palm Beach 1661. And subsection A, Southeastern College 2068. Are we doing these individually when we go to vote, or do we do them together, Counselor? Can we?
If the same people can speak to both institutions,
Right.
I don't see why not.
Why not? Hi.
Hi, Julia Corona, Executive Director of Southeastern College.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sean Humphrey from Section A that you mentioned,
Miami Lakes.
Miami Lakes.
Okay.
Dr. Edwin Delgado, Chief Academic Officer, Southeastern College.
Suzanne Behrens, President of West Palm Beach, Boynton Beach, Campus President.
Thank you guys for being here. Oh, there's one more?
Yep, sorry.
I'm
and-
sorry, buddy.
Nope. I'm Jonas Perez. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Southeastern College.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip over you there. We'll talk 1661 first. Is that okay?
Sure.
I'm seeing 4 contingencies within staff recommendations. I want to make sure you guys are familiar with what those are and comfortable with them. You have questions or comments
No.
about them? No updated information that changes them?
I
in
believe
some
one
way?
of the nursing, we do. The practical nursing program has been notified that we'll be coming off of probation next week at the Board of Nursing
Awesome.
meeting. The RN program, we submitted for an extension on the probation, just because of the timing of when we've implemented the changes in the nursing program. It takes a cycle. Their scores did go up significantly, but not quite within that 10%. We missed it a bit, so we're confident that will be granted that additional year. We also are in the process for ACN candidacy at the West Palm Beach campus that we renewed at Miami Lakes, so we don't anticipate any challenges there. Did you want to talk about the other items with ACCSC?
I was just making sure that the 4 contingencies within the staff recommendations for 1661 was something you guys were familiar with understanding, and also the timeline on that.
Yes.
No later than 100 days prior to January 31st of next year, so I'm assuming that's this fall. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, we had the same thing earlier. So that is a tight timeline with 30 days within the clerk's order, which Counselor said earlier could be mid to late February. That means late March. Everybody okay with that?
We should be fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure. Okay. Well, since the rest of you are also speaking for 2068, and Counselor says we can take a motion for both at the same time, why don't we talk about that one as well?
Sure.
Subsection A, as you said, sir.
Yes. So, I'll talk about the nursing. Do you want me to start with that one?
Wherever you'd like to start.
Yeah, so we only had probation for the RN program, right? So the RN program is scheduled to come off of probation next week. We got that notification as well. Sean, do you want to speak to your scores?
Yeah. So right now, we only had access to the Q3 reports, and the Q3 reports for RN is at 92%, and for PN is at 100%. But we've already calculated out through Q4 because we track that, and we will end the year for Q4 for RN at 89% and for PN at 91%.
Nice.
So we'll be above benchmark for both of those.
And your ASIN renewal.
And we recently went through ASIN reaccreditation renewal and were granted the full 8 years.
So there are three contingencies, it looks like, for 2068, 4 for the previous. And that's 30 days within the clerk's order as well.
Yes.
Are any of those 3 challenging for you guys within that timeline?
Not as of right now.
Well, good qualifying that, right? Okay. Do you have anything? Commissioners, do you have questions or comments for the group here?
Chair, I have a follow-up question. Just there's a large disparity. I mean, congrats on the PN program and the Miami Lakes RN program, but wide disparity between that and West Palm Beach.
The West Palm Beach campus, when originally the RN program was rolled out, it was rolled out as an evening program, and that was a real challenge for students, trying to complete the program in the evening versus the daytime. So when we started the process, we taught out the evening program, and we started the day program, and that's where you see the disparity. They're about 8 months behind Miami Lakes on doing the curriculum changes as well. So in West Palm Beach, we did away with the evening program and switched to mirror exactly what we're doing in Miami Lakes, which is a daytime, full-time program.
That should help your NCLEX scores if
Correct.
you have less students. So if you're shutting down a program, that only help your scores.
Well, we had to train them out, right? So that cohort last graduated in October of 2024, and the first day cohort will graduate in May of 2025. So we've done a lot to work with the students that are in the program. In that, we did a lot of curriculum changes, a lot of support with NCLEX review, all of those things. So you did see the scores go up. I believe our scores are at 71 from 55 the prior year in RN with the same evening cohorts, but that is a factor in that West Palm Beach location for the RN program.
It's 61 as of Q4. So Q4 was published last night or today.
Oh, it was? Okay.
But the numbers were spot on.
Well, the 24
yeah.
the 24 cohorts, we also had people from previous years sit.
Okay. I'm glad to see everything going well.
Yep.
I always get concerned when I see one location that isn't coming along like the others.
Yeah, that evening program was a challenge where students feel that they can do all their daytime responsibilities and then still keep up with it at night. It's tough.
Yeah.
And even though we offered a lot of support services and all that, it was just a real challenge for them. And then their time to sit was also longer for them to sit for the exam because their life is much more busier than the day. So that's why we decided that that probably wasn't a best choice to offer an evening program.
Okay.
The need's there, but
Yeah.
it's a matter of the outcomes.
Okay. Thank you.
It won't make you feel any better, but if it did, we discovered the same thing with evenings and particularly weekend time. If you, and it's not a function of anything other than our own mental bandwidth during the day and someone who's trying to work all day long and go to school in the evening or on the weekends, and regardless of what they're being trained for, we eliminated it entirely. You just had to commit to the program and do the full time during the day, and the passage rates associated with that were exponentially higher than the evenings or weekends.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's it doesn't. You guys aren't unique in that regard. So I'm glad to hear that we can commiserate. Well, misery loves company on those.
Yeah.
So I know look, you guys are robust and you have fantastic scale and scope. What are you challenged by right now?
Really finding, I would say my one challenge is finding qualified faculty. And then I also took note of the loan programs that they mentioned, because that's
Did you see me scribble that down?
Yeah, I wrote it down too. I told him, write that down right away. Right. Those are the challenges. 2024 though has been a very good year. We did a lot of investment in 2023, as you could see in the financial statements, in all of our programs, not just here in Florida, but in the other locations where we changed our program offerings, focused more on associate degrees, so that our diagnostic medical sonography, rad tech, all of those things, where our schools in the Carolinas that had previously been a drain a bit on the Florida schools are now really kicked in and done well. So we actually had a great 2024 and hope that 2025 continues.
Thank you for that. Were your schools in the Carolinas affected by the storm up there?
We had to shut down because people do not like to drive there, and they got snow also a couple weeks ago. So
I meant the hurricane in the fall.
Oh, the hurricane? No,
Yeah.
we were good. But I've had to have hurricane closures, snow closures, winter storm advisory closures there. So it's been an interesting few months.
Yeah, I've been trying to convince people that a once in a century storm setup is worthy of EBITDA add backs. It's been an interesting conversation around that.
Yeah.
Your CFO get a good chuckle out of that. I'm just saying, hey, it never happened before, so we shouldn't be dinged for it. But thanks for that clarity. We appreciate it.
Sure.
We're going to take both of these two together. Do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendations for numbers 3857 and 1661?
So moved.
Do I have a second? I'm sorry. Did I say that wrong? Oh, no, I did say that wrong. It is excuse me. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for 1661 and 2068? Forgive me.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all for coming here.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your preparation.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Number 7, Utica University, St. Pete, number 4919. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. I see no one. Do we have anyone online? Okay. Do we have any updates or changes to staff recommendations? Do we have any discussion or questions from among commissioners? These are simultaneously terminating some programs and issuing provisional.
Correct. So we are granting the annual license for procedural purposes, granting the termination of several courses that are listed in your summary sheets, and finding that a subchange in financial soundness has occurred, and
Understood.
issuing a provisional.
All right. Do I have any public comment on this matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4919?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 8, which I believe is our last within this section, is Victory College of Nursing, Fort Lauderdale, number 7563. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hello. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Esther Vincent, Program Director, Victory College of Nursing.
It's nice to meet you, Dr. Vincent.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the staff recommendations for the issue at hand? Have you had the opportunity to review or have comments or questions about them?
Yes.
Particularly, I can be more specific. There are 5 contingencies within granting of that annual license, and I want to make sure you understand those contingencies and the timeline associated with it.
Yes, sir.
That would be 30 days within the clerk order. You probably heard us say a little earlier that those would come out in mid to late February, which means by the end of March, those contingencies would have to be met. Do you think any of those 5 are going to be a challenge for you within that timeline?
Can we go over that? Because I didn't.
Absolutely.
I did not, please.
I'm just happy you're here. Let's talk about it.
Thank you.
Number 1 as a contingency is submission of a remediation plan for your nursing AS program. Is there anything you want to color in on that, or does it speak for itself? Yep. Number 2 on that is submission of a sample of the professional nursing student disclosure. That's form number 609A, containing all the information in the institution is required to provide the students for the 2023 calendar year. Number 3 is submission of a sample of the practical nursing student disclosure, which is 609B, containing all the information the institution is required to provide for students for 2023. Number 4 is submission of an update on the status of the institution's pursuit of programmatic accreditation for pre-licensed professional nursing programs. And the last is submission of an updated faculty listing form to include current license information for all the instructors. Does that make sense?
Thank you so much for updating me on that. I submitted all of those. I can resubmit it again.
Yes.
So if you submitted them after you received the notification of this, they have not yet been processed because they'll go into your clerked order. What I would suggest is, just so you're not lost in any kind of the shuffle, once you receive your clerked order, go ahead and resubmit them to your program specialist, and they will give you an actual email address to submit your responses to, and you can go ahead and send that.
Thank you so much. I will do so.
Might I also make a suggestion? Executive Director Hurst, could you elaborate for the record why the placement of the institution's ASN program on probation merits a finding of substantive change in this particular school's situation?
Yes, so you're being granted an annual license for procedural purposes only. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. When your nursing, when your ASN program went on probation, that is why we are finding that a subchange has occurred and moving you to the provisional status. And under your provisional status, you won't be able to add any new programs or make any major changes to your institution until your return to annual.
Okay.
Did you have any questions about that?
Okay, so the program will be returning to the provisional license effective immediately?
So as soon as you receive your clerked order, then we will grant the annual license for procedural purposes only, and in order to maintain your provisional license, you have to comply with those 5 standards. So you have to resubmit the documents for those 5, then you'll be issued a provisional licensure. And that is through September 30th of 2025. And this does give me the authority to return you to your annual license through September 30th, 2025, if you come off of probation with the Florida Board of Nursing. If you don't, you'll stay on the provisional status. And then we are also ordering you to file progress reports with us for the May 2025 and September 2025 commission meetings to give us an update on the outcome of implementing your strategies to bring up those scores.
Okay, so I will be back here in May, you're saying?
So no, you will submit progress reports.
Okay.
Now, when we bring your progress reports, you'll show up as institutions ordered to appear back before the commission for your progress reports. You'll be in that section A. We do encourage you to come before the commission to give updates. We're not ordering you to be here in person, but it is always helpful for the commissioners to hear from the institution when you're on progress report.
Okay, thank you.
Does that clarify things for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, do you have any additional questions or comments? You feel confident about
I feel
having your head
confident.
wrapped around what's necessary over the next short term and long term?
Yes.
Awesome. Commissioners, any additional discussion or questions? Do we have any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 7563?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
You have your to-do list.
Yes, thank you.
I believe that takes us to section M, where there are none, and section N, where there are none, and moves us along to section O. That's the only one? Well, no, I'm just saying, is that the only one still? Okay. There are 41 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
So moved.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'll ask each commissioner now if you have any you would like to pull. Commissioner Stefano, I'm going to come to you last. Commissioner Batista?
Do we pull 28?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Caballero?
None other.
Commissioner Marty?
28.
28. Commissioner Stefano?
None additional?
No additional. And Director, I believe you only have 28?
Number 28 only.
He said, what about 15? I'm unaware, so. Nope. Okay. And 15. So we are pulling number 15 and number 28. So then do I have, let me see if I can get this right the first time, a motion to accept Section O, items 1 through 14, 16 through 27, and 29 through 41 staff recommendations.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. So we will address number 15 first.
And I will just state for the record why these institutions are being pulled. Number 15 is Holistic Life University in Pompano Beach. They are being pulled for concerns of a lack of religious modifier in the name of the institution. And for number 28, which is New Alliance International University in Boynton Beach, this is being pulled due to a the appearance of a lack of religious modifier in the name of the institution, as well as a lack of religious modifiers in the title of its programs. And I will give an example for the new Alliance International University. Their website is reflecting degrees offered, which include Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership, Instructional Design, Doctor of Philosophy in Education, and others.
Okay. So do we have any representatives either here or online from Holistic Life University, Pompano Beach, or New Alliance International University, Boynton Beach? So then is there... Right. So there is no motion really for that.
Staff will contact the institutions and ask for explanations and additional documentation before placing them back in front of the commission for consideration.
Okay. Then we don't need a motion on those two. And that takes us to agent training programs, of which they are none. And it would appear that unless we have anything supplemental to the agenda or any other addendums, we would be complete for the day. Is that the case? Then we are in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for non-degree granting institutions, and it is a tall stack of paperwork that we are to go through. And I'm very excited if you can't tell. Thanks for staying through the day. We are adjourned. I love it.